players! Welcome to Honor of Kings. Born in 2015, Honor of Kings is the world's most played mobile MOBA with over 200 million registered users and 100 million daily active users. It has witnessed a total of 73 billion views of esports content in a single year, and recently seen international teams battling it out for a prize pool of $10 million at the 2022 KAW tournament. Since launch, Honor of Kings has been continuously refined and crafted to be the ultimate competitive game on mobile. Now, we are going to take you behind the scenes as we share some of the development ideas that went into creating the game. Let's go! How to create the world's most played mobile MOBA. This was the goal we set ourselves, and from it, Honor of Kings was born. Within the game, players take on the roles of their favorite heroes to fight alongside their teammates in the Gorge and ultimately attain victory. Now, Honor of Kings is coming to Brazil. Through the game's journey from the East, cross-cultural encounters have generated a wonderful chemistry along the way. But what remains unchanged is Honor of Kings' core concept and the pursuit of perfection in game and hero design. These are constantly at the forefront of our thinking. At the early stages of hero design, the first things we ask are, what kind of experience can the hero give the player? How can we make our roster of heroes fully fleshed out and realistic? What kind of visual appearance, personality, and backstory do they have? And what type of weapon and combat style is most suitable for them? What are their strengths and weaknesses? Then, even deeper questions. What is the hero's mission? What are they fighting for? What makes film characters so beloved to us is that the creator uses an intuitive and visual story to bring them into our world. It's the same in Honor of Kings. To bring a hero into the player's world, we have to create their story, making them a vivid, vibrant, and living character, not just a generic persona that will be forgotten after a single glance. Ying was created in just this way. Though she appears to be just an energetic young hero, her background story is rich and vibrant. In the world of Honor of Kings, Ying was born to the prosperous and tolerant city of Chang'an. We wanted her to inherit the long history of Chang'an while also injecting fresh blood into the city. Born into a family of military generals, Ying grew up hearing stories of great warriors and eventually aspired to become a legendary hero, a torch to light up the ages. Thus, with her fiery heart, she becomes the protector of Chang'an. On the surface, it appears that Ying just likes to stir up trouble, but on the inside, she is driven by a desire to stand up for her friends and protect the weak. Ultimately, she realizes the real meaning of picking up her spear, to become someone who can protect others. That's the Ying we hoped to create, energetic and courageous. We hope that many players will see their reflection in Ying and resonate with her story. With an understanding of her inner mind, the next step is to make it come to life visually. The most common way to do this is with specific visual design elements. Ying's warm red and white design and flame elements reflect her fiery, passionate, and outgoing character. At the same time, her spear has a variety of forms, transforming from its regular style to one with burning flames at the spearhead, which represents the awakening of her power and the growth of her personality. Facial expressions and body movement are also crucial to reflect the hero's special traits. A stern and cold hero like the assassin Mirrorblade doesn't require much expressiveness. Her facial profile is more skeletal than other female characters, giving her a sense of coldness. Her gestures appear similarly direct and deadly. Each hero's costume features also need to match the character's setting. Taking Nuwa as an example, she is a super being who created Primera. A mask covers her eyes, bringing a sense of mystery, while the ring on her back represents the halo of the super beings. Her costume is composed mostly of circles and triangles, reflecting the connections with the ancient secrets of the game world. In addition to the story and visual design, we also have to produce the core playstyle for the hero based on their traits. For a hero like Ying, who was born into a family of generals, we decided that her skills should be focused around Chinese spear techniques. We designed 7 moves for Ying and turned them into Ying's skills and basic attacks, hoping to show the ever-changing, capricious, and unpredictable characteristics of Chinese spear techniques. Many heroes use spears as weapons, so to make hers unique, we found the red tassel spear from traditional Chinese weapons, retaining the flexibility instead of the hard pole and head. These elements give a sense of softness, overpowering stiffness. Ying also uses 2 hands to wield the spear, which is rarely seen in Honor of Kings and other games. We cooperated with martial artists from Mount Hermé who keep these traditions alive, and integrated and used real body movements of Chinese kung fu masters in Ying's spear moves, giving players a realistic and engaging gaming experience. For the cold assassin Lam, we took inspiration from his method of lurking alone to give him shark-like characteristics. Through the power of sorcery, Lam can transform water into the shape of a shark that he cloaks himself in, allowing him to swim in the gorge with only his fin showing. And at the crucial moment, he leaps out in the form of a giant watery shark to inflict powerful control skills and fatal damage. Since his shark-like appearance is very memorable, players refer to him affectionately as Baby Shark. After completing the core designs for the game world, graphics, and gameplay, there is still a large team involved in further work, including modelers, animators, special effect artists, audio designers, managers, testers, marketers, and more. These all work together to bring the heroes from the sketchpad to the game. Our ultimate goal is to let the players who choose any role or any hero receive recognition and satisfaction, experience their own highlight moments, and feel the extreme fun of competition in our game. In this Dev Talk, we have aimed to present the team's creative process for designing heroes and to give you all a better understanding of Honor of Kings. That's all for this Dev Talk. Stay tuned for the next one. For more insights on version updates and improvements, keep an eye on Ying's column on our official social media channels. That's where we collect all of your questions and do our best to provide you with answers. We look forward to your feedback and suggestions.
Parece mais um trabalho pra mim. Cadê você? Ai, não. Não podem me ver aqui. O quê? Pelas costas? Que vergonha! Ainda tem alguém aqui. Ei! Fica tranquilo, tá sob controle. Ai, que burra! Deixa comigo! Tem que sair daqui! te enfrentar!
Yi, você não deve se importar. Se sua lança partir, não é ela que te torna uma heroína. O que faz?
O que faz?
De um herói um herói.
De um herói um herói. É a luz em seu coração. Uma luz brilhante que queima mesmo sem fogo.
Não machuquem ela. Só peguem o mecha.
Dear players, as the S1 finals come to a close, the much-anticipated 2023 KAW Season 2 is set to begin again. 12 teams from Malaysia, Japan, Philippines, Korea, Myanmar, Laos, and Nepal will compete for a total of 500,000 yuan, award over 25 match days.
The first pentakill of the season, KAW, and there you go!
The regular season will kick off on July 27th with 2 rounds. In the first round of the regular season, the 12 teams will be divided into 2 groups based on the S1 competition points. The top 6 teams in the Season 1 will directly enter Group A. The rest of the teams in S1 and the teams newly joined in S2 will enter Group B. Teams from each group will be playing against each other in a BO2 single round-robin format in 9 days, with 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 point for a loss. After the first round, the qualification for the game will be determined based on the point ranking. The teams ranked 5th and 6th in Group A and top 2 teams in Group B will compete for promotion and relegation format in 2 BO5 games on August 11th. The winning 2 teams will enter Group A in the second round, and the losers will enter Group B. The second round of the regular season will start on August 13th. All teams will have their past points cleared and will participate in a 9-day intra-group BO2 single round robin. After the game, all teams in Group A and the top 2 teams in Group B will qualify for the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams will be eliminated. After the regular season comes to an end, the playoffs will start on August 31st. The 8 qualifying teams will compete in a 5-day double elimination competition, as shown in the diagram, for the 2 tickets to the finals. The much-anticipated KAW League Season 2 Finals will take place on September 7th. There will be a BO7 single elimination competition, and when the game is at 3-3, it will enter the Ultimate Battle Mode. And then the first team to win 4 games will be crowned the Ultimate Champion. Finally, we are pleased to announce that the champion of the KAW Season 2 will be directly for the 2023 KIC Wildcard Qualified competition, and they will compete with teams from other countries and regions for a place in the 2023 Honor of Kings International Championship. Who is favored to win the championship? Let us look forward to it together.
Use that flash, but here comes Nova. Wait, it's gonna jump in. It's gonna fall down, and the combination of those players are working so well together. And here you got another kill, double kill.
元无色，空以灰口。你真的会用这玩意儿吗？
Oh, that is gonna be a close call. He gets on top. Instead of actually getting two shots, that's a great look. And getting anyone was great. And M&A putting the hammer on the nail. Getting those kills. Here comes rebound number 7 with such a great...
让一让，需要帮忙吗？无事发生。
这不是神经病，是理想。
Smart knockup. And Luna is gonna come in with
变身吧！
Here is gonna be a janitor. Wow, Nano. That could be a triple kill, maybe a quadra kill,
早就
maybe
知道
that.
你有问题，怕不怕？混蛋！
10万伏特。
Now that is what happened. What the flash, the double kill, and this is the counter strike, triple kill on Quad. What an outplay here.
Triple kill.
全力以赴做正确的事。
MSK doing a lot of damage to his
先吃我一锤！
and that is what I'm talking about. RTC fighting back.
我们来比划比划。
Still on the run. Byron getting that double kill. Well, this is gonna be trouble for RTC. Triple kill on Byron.
先吃我一锤！璀璨的破灭。 我们来比划比划。
Hello, boys and girls from all over the world who is watching or streaming. Hello, guys. I'm today's commentary Ting. Yeah, very nice to be here as well. Because we have a lot of matchups waiting for today. Because the first one will be between RCG and Nova. The second one will between BSE and Impunity, and the third one RTZ and Scars. Really looking forward to see that.
Apparently, Group A is actually in the very top place. And
yes.
Also, we will see BSC again with Impurity in match 2 tonight. So what we really want to see is how Nova will perform for tonight's game.
I always held very, very high expectations, especially when I was watching and casting a Nova game, because they are supposed to be like this, right? Because they're the champion that season. So they should show us how they are performing and how they're still making progress. I think this is really what really matters, because the champion from this season will be qualified with a wildcard for one place in the wildcard to the 2023 KIC. So I think that's the most important thing to do. And I think that what's very interesting and exciting to be expect for is that you can see after the promotion and relegation teams, you can see finally, the teams from Group A and team from Group B finally are, combating with each other. This is very new and fresh.
Yep, exactly. So before, we have actually two teams moved down to Group B, and apparently they are actually making quite a good progress at the moment.
Yeah,
so at least they can stay in the top 2 place. So they at least they can still be competing with Group A after this round of the matches.
Yeah.
But the problem is BSC came out of a blur from nowhere. A really young club, and then following them for the past fortnight, and we do see their huge competitiveness and then the aggressiveness inside of their spirits. So yep, so it's really much about how the Group A's teams can combat with this new club.
Yeah, because they never have, the battle history with one another. So every single battle will be quite new for them. And quite surprising to see that BSE coming from Group B and they're running in the very first place in Group A, because they're the new ones, the new clubs running the team. So yeah, it's quite surprising. So I was looking forward to see how BSE will be converting this kind of confidence into actual gamings with the other very good teams in Group A. So I was looking forward to that. And RCG and Nova, personally, I think Nova will be standing higher places and higher actually percentage of being a winner. But yeah, I'm not so sure, because we have seen a lot of unexpected things happening these days.
Yep, absolutely. And what happened is for tonight, RCG probably they will continue to use some of their pretty good lineups and compositions in the game. And also we do see in this in season 2, quite a lot of hero has been in the ban picks positions for all the time, Sun Bing, and also in Da Qiao, and also we do see Bayerns can be put on the ban picks for this couple of weeks as well.
Yeah, I think the current meta, what really matters is how aggressive you can get during the lanings, right? So every very good beginning of each game will be starting from a very good laning. So if you actually perform better than your opponents, you're possibly gonna get a very good starting point for your entire team. And let's see the lineup from Nova. I think that will be a fixed choice. I think Nova, this five player will not be changing all the time for Nova, because these 5 persons have been standing together as a form group for a long time, quite a while.
And it's really we do look forward to see how Air, the jungler, and also the ADC Muchi, how they will actually pick the heroes for tonight. And also we can see the team data comparison for RCG and Nova. Definitely the overall skill is pretty average between the both sides, and then it is very much about how they can operate during the game, not just in the linear phases, but also after the 8 minutes mark, how they can actually end the games with the other teams.
I think from the form of performance you can see from RCG, they actually have 2 games, 2 entire total games, and 1 win and 1 draw. I would say that I will see some perseverance coming from this team, no matter how far they have been fallen to their opponents, but they gradually just rounded up and chasing up till the very end. So I think that the understanding of the game for RCG is quite well, because they know what to perform when they're leading and they know what to do when they're losing, right? So this is a very, very special and very important strategies when you're actually being in the game. You have to know what to do with every scenario you're going to be coming up with. And I think from Nova, I was quite surprising to see this data comparison, because you can see like they are slightly like behind for RCG in every single aspect.
So like in this way, we can estimate that RCG is more like a late game team.
Yeah,
so
I would say
they
that
will actually
too.
stretch the game into a very long period, probably even to the Storm Tyrants.
Maybe 20 minutes, I would say.
Yeah, like 20 minutes mark. So like for Nova, I'm just curious that probably tonight they can actually start in a really early fight.
Yes.
Especially gathering more of a team fight to put more pressure on RCG, so to prevent RCG pull the game into a late stage for tonight.
You know, comparing with different type of the gaming styles, I actually personally I prefer to see those very early game, you know, aggressively played teams, because you can see their like ability to use one hero during the lanings. So I think like during the laning phases, like 1 versus 1 solo fight will be extremely excited to see and even to cast, because you can see the talents like shining out from the players. So compared with the one that when the time takes to 20 minutes, you'll see like 5 versus 5, those like entire team battles, and how those frontliners in trying to shield the damage from the opponent, and how those backliners really struggles to trying to keep themselves alive during the late game team fights. So yeah, I think like different type of the gameplays are all like at the same time very interesting to expect for, but I personally would like to see those laning phases. I love to see those aggressiveness coming from those each single player.
Just as you said, like probably about 4 to 6 minutes when all those heroes get to level 4 or level 6, and with the very much like the first batch of the items being made, being created, then when the damage can build up, then the 6 minutes marks can be really interesting to see. And also, like back in season 1, we do see that the batch of the game is more like a marksman game and more like an assassin game. But for this batch, we do see the confront lane, the warriors, the tanks. They can actually do quite a lot of damage in the game, especially with Byrons, and then with
Mai's as well.
Yeah, Mine, and then also interestingly enough, like we normally when we play the game, we sometimes get to Zhao Huaizhen play as the confront lane, but however, during the competitions, the whole season, we do see Zhao Huaizhen has been used as a jungler.
Yeah. Because I think from current meta, we always see those, like, you can go to either way. So soldiers, you can be a soldier, you can be a kind of tank for your team. It always depends on how you buy your items. If you buy like more like supporting and tanky items, you can be like the entire shield representing your team. You can be a wall standing in front of the lane and trying to absorb all the damage. But as well, you can also build those very like physical attacking damage. Like you can be a warrior, you can be an assassin trying to get closer to the backlines. So current meta, we'll see like the confronting lane and the jungling, they can switch. You know, they can work in both ways. So it really matters that how like deep the hero pools for the top laner and the jungler are. So if they can master both ways, I think it will be a very beneficial thing to one team.
Yeah, exactly. And now we are entering the banning stage. So we have Zhao Huaizhen to be banned by RCG as the very first hero, put on the ban pick place, and then we have some Mengxi the Bomber Cat from Nova side. So take a guess. Probably the next one can be Da Qiao.
Yeah, I think a lot of available picks can be banned away because like Sun Bing is still available. If you are talking about very useful supports that again can form the entire team to one certain like community, like Sun Bing and Da Qiao can be banned all the time. But I like this ban because like in this current meta, you are seeing a lot of combo chains right there. So you really rely on Zhuangzhou's ultimate, those purification trying to protect the marksman, and this is a perfect choice, I would say.
And especially the thing is that when RCG is banning Zhuangzhou actually a way to prevent Nova to pick Zhuangzhou, because RCG got quite a lot of CC heroes can be picked out. But the problem is for Nova, they actually use Haiyue for quite a lot of times.
Yeah.
And then they actually they can use it. They are very familiar with that hero. So I'm just wondering how RCG can counteract on the on Haiyue. And then for RCG, they got Zhang Fei to be their the support of their first match. And then we got Xiahou on the other side. And just wondering who will be next hero.
I think that RCG is quite straightforward because they're trying to restrict the choices of Zhuangzhou, meaning that I think they're looking forward to gain those very highly connected combo chains together. I think Zhang Fei will be one very good means to trying to initiate. I was looking forward to see those combo chains already. Like still, they're trying to build up those very solid compositions when it comes to team fight. Meng Tian is very good. I think you can try to initiate, you can try to go back, you can go either ways, all depending on how you want to play for your entire team. And Nova, Cai Yizhen very early, like the second place in the red side. Yeah, I think that it's very clear that they want to have a very late game marksman, maybe Lady Sun, maybe Garo. It can work either ways. And Garo will be a choices from RCG, I think, like late game. Those shield, those protection, those initiation, and those late game damage is lying right there for RCG trying to discover, as long as they can, make the game till the 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Just like, interesting. They got Ganjiang out to have a longer reach of Garo in the game, which they locked it down. And also probably for RCG, because they still can pick a mage, like a mid lane hero, and for their for the past couple weeks, they got Wu Zetian, and also they got Yi Xing quite a lot of times. So with those two heroes, they can actually establish a combo chain, as you mentioned before.
Like for me, if I were the coach from RCG, I really like the idea of this Shangguan, but unfortunately Shangguan is being taken away because, if you are forming an entire composition, you have to make sure that in either time split, you will be equally powerful. So you're seeing that the late game marksman is there, but you're lacking a lot of early game and mid game aggression and damage. So like Shangguan Wan will really help RCG trying to balance things up. But this kind of choices is taken out. I was wondering what will be a better choice when it comes to the mages, the mid lane. Because if you are doing laning with Ganjiang Moya, that will be a very difficult task to do.
Well, you might have Mai to be picked out.
Maybe.
At least it's more like an assassin type of mage in the mid lane. And also, as we can see from Nova, they got Lady Sun, which is a very traditional combination with Tai Yizhen. And then on RCG side, yes, they do have the assassin. They have Jing out. So as you said, they have, when they picked out Jing, it's more of a aggressiveness can be shown in the mid game stage. And then if they lock down on Yi Xing, then we can see the cage again. So you have the cage, you have Jing jumping in to have the ultimate, and then also you have Garo at the back. So that will be a really good combinations of attacks.
Yeah, this is a very traditional duel when you use Jin paired with Meng Tian, because you can reach a very high peak of your entire damage till the mid game, I would say. And the last bit, I think they are trying to decide whether it's a Prince of Lanling or a Lan. But in case of the late game damage, I think Lan will be a better choice compared with Prince of Lanling. But I think it's working either way. But if you are comparing who can perform better during the late game or the mid game, I think that if you have two frontlaners, for example, Zhang Fei and Meng Tian together, it will make RCG's whole composition standing there more solidly than Nova's composition, because you have the lock and down, you have the entire cage from Yi Xing. As long as that Yi Xing's ultimate is right there on time, on places, I think that the team fight will be working better for the side of RCG.
Yep, exactly. Because Meng Tian, we use it as like a front player, and then to take on the damage and also initiate a fight. And then at least you have Zhang Fei at the back to protecting Garo from the damage on the other side. So as you just said, also for if you look at Zhang Fei's Samoa's skill, it is actually better for him to get the river spirits and then get more golds for Garo in the initial stage.
Yeah, like just imagine how long it will take like Nova members trying to get rid of the two frontliners from the RCG, because Zhang Fei and Meng Tian, they're really tanky heroes as the time goes by. So it will take them a lot of time, a lot of energies, a lot of ability trying to take those frontliners away from during the team fight. Oh, and I think that KAW is playing really aggressively, trying to keep RCG member away from the mid lane.
Yep, exactly. So now we have RCG on the blue side and Nova on the red side. And in the very beginning, we do see Ganjiao Moye can actually create a lot of damage.
Yes.
And also pokes, with a long arm.
I think it's a fact that you use the flash from Tai Zhenren by gaining the very first mid-wave priority and also the mid-wave river sprite as well. But you worked as a team, so I think it's a fair trade.
And then now we see Zhang Fei is helping Garo because Yixing can actually clean the lane in a really fast pace, in a really good rhythm. So for Garo, they need to at least let her farm a bit more, and then to reduce the rate of death. So in this way, Garo can actually gain a lot more damage.
Alright, frontliners, we can see Jin has already reached to level 4, gaining the ultimate, so they're bringing Xuan really low in the first place. Wow, time, also like Lam is reaching out, Ken X have no further more abilities, so they have to retreat back. So this is some kind of exchanges in their abilities, nothing happened, and the first blood still remain as a mystery.
But at least we can see, how aggressive those both teams plays, because we actually, when we look at the data comparison, we all thought that both teams will actually stretch the game into a very long period. But however, with the very beginning of this game, like even from 30 seconds to now, they have been trying to look for an opportunity to have a team fight.
Yeah, I think I love the idea that Nova is used up all the possible ways trying to build up their early game advantages. Because you can see that they're trying to gain the mid lane priority well, and also they're trying to speed up how this Lam can reach to level 4. Like Tai Zhenren, after cleaning the first wave in the mid, he actually goes directly to the jungle instead of going to the bottom side of the map, because you have to make sure that Air can get to level 4 as soon as possible. This is how they manage to speed up her a little bit, trying to make every single second count. I think that this kind of strategy is working. But from now on, like RCG is gathering around, and with Zhang Fei having the ultimate, I think that will be creating a lot of problems during the laning. After 4 minutes, I was kind of expecting to see some very aggressive team fights happening.
And for RCG, they need to be very careful with Ganjiao Moye because of long arms.
Oh, right. The ultimate trying to start the battle, and Meng Tian is right there trying to initiate as well. And Tai Zhenren has already used the ultimate trying to protect the backlines, and they managed to do this, but they're losing a lot of lanes, a lot of HP, and a lot of skills.
And this is the good thing for Meng Tian, because with the Meng Tian's ultimate, he can actually take on quite a lot of damage from the Terrans. So it actually creates a bigger threat and also pressures on Nova. But however, the problem is like they all very aggressive at the moment, and then Zhang Fei is gone because Zhang Fei has used his ultimates just then.
Yeah, indeed. So you are spending too long a time on the bottom side trying to clean away, trying to take down the very first tyrant in the top, in the bottom lane. This is clear, but I think it's kind of observed by Nova, because they know where RCG is, and what they are trying to do is like to chase up, calling the members down there, letting Air be on the correct position, and Hui use all the that abilities we have trying to slow down the enemy and initiate, and they're actually doing this one more time with Ganzhang and Moya's sword very accurate on the target. They managed to get one more kill, one more takedown to the team. I think Nova is getting the idea of how to counter back during the team fights. You don't need to be the one initiating all the time. All you can do is like wait for the right moment and fight back.
And also, you know, for Nova, they actually picked a really good timing because after 4 minutes, the turret's protection shield has been cancelled.
Yes.
So it is actually better for them to tear down the first turrets of the farm lanes and then continue to put much more pressure in the mid lanes.
Yes. I think they have a better idea of how to manipulate the whole map. You know, they know what their advantages is, and they're just waiting for the right moment. After the 4 minute, after the protection strategy of the towers went down, it won't be their time trying to initiate it. Their first purpose is trying to get rid of Zhang Fei because Zhang Fei have no ultimate. Those damage can barely seen as none. So yeah, that will be a first target. And right now, let's see the kill board. 2-2-0. Quite leading the game, Nova.
Yes,
and a vision too hard.
And also, they try to start a fight, and then Tai Yi is out and got the ultimate, and then Meng Tian is in, taking on quite a lot of damages. However, Xiahou is in, but cannot take on all those damages from the other side. And they, for them, successfully protected the first turret. However, Tai Yi has been taken away by RCG.
I think some prices have to be paid, you know, if you want to control all the things. And RCG, that initiation combos, I think is perfect. They're using Yixing and Zhang Fei's ultimate at the same time, trying to pick who will be their target. They have Lady Sun right in there, they have Ganzhang and Moya right in there, but just by the second Nova want to fight back, like RCG's members are surrounding everywhere, 4 members in front of 2, so they're completely outnumbering their enemies. That's the reason why they are actually winning in that team fight, in that skirmish. Like Sadness and Yarrow is everywhere. No one can be a danger signal for Sadness. Alright, they bump up into each other. Shen is arriving at the target, but the only one he can finally see will be Daohan's Meng Tian, but Meng Tian is absorbing too much damage. He cannot possibly like soak it in all the time. Like he went down one more time. Nova, what's gonna be their next move? They have the wave on the top lane. They can manage to take down the first tier 1 turret in the top lane, and the Tyrant, the Dark. Alright, it's relying right there. Will they go for this? Nope, they're going directly to the mid lane, trying to get a mid lane priority right there.
We can definitely see Nova wants to get the revenge immediately with RCG. And the problem is that we do see most of the time Zhang Fei is trying to have the CC with Yixing together.
Yes.
That somehow it will be quite dangerous for the back like for the back heroes, like for KAW.
Of course.
You know, once Jin got into like Lan got at the back, then KAW will be in a severe dangerous situation.
Yeah, I think this is a dilemma choices, you know, you have to pick a right side. If you want to initiate, you are losing some skills, you're losing the ability to protect KAW. So you have to be really determined on what to do, what not to do during before the team fight actually begins. So more communications of the strategy is really needed for RCG. They have to figure out one way to win instead of always, you know, hesitating around. Wow, that's a close one. I almost think Air is getting the Tyrant.
And now you can see, you know, with the Tyrant's buff, RCG can actually, you know, try to start fight at this stage of the time. But however, the HP bar is just not healthy for RCG to make anything happen.
Yes. But that's really dangerous, you know, because RCG is actually getting their hands onto the Tyrants, but Air is just find a way to, you know, break through all the shield and all the frontliners. And it's really close because you can see the smite has already been used. So without Yuhan's smite, I think this dragon will belong to Lan, will belong to Nova. That will be one more set story for RCG.
And when we look at the items, we can see, Ganjiang Moye is actually in the lead of the gold.
Of course.
It's like 2,000 more than Yixing. So for RCG, they need to be very careful of Ganjiang's overall damage for this stage.
Yeah, because by this time, no one have the extra gold to build those magical defense items, so they will be extremely weak to Ganjiang and Moya's those poking damage. They have to be like extra careful when of their positionings and standing points.
Yeah, like for Ganjiang, like just a little single attack that can actually took like half of the HP bar, or even like a third of the HP bar from Yixing.
Of course.
Yixing need to be really careful, and then also Garo as well. And
Garo standing alone in the mid lane. It's a good news that the members are surrounding them. Jin is playing very aggressively, dying very, very far from the rest of the teams. He's trying to get the red, and I think he gets it. With half of the HP bar gone away, but he gets the red buff from Nova. Which means that Nova will know exactly that jungler from RCG is quite low in the HP, and that will be the reason why they're starting off on the Dark Tyrant.
But now with such a good CC, good timing from Zhang Fei, and although for Nova got the Tyrant, however, it's like a 0-4 trade.
Yes, of course. I think the team fight still continues. Ares is trying his best to want to do 1 versus 4 solos, and Sadness is right there. He's trying to chase up Air, and one more silenced up. Well, there's no way the Lang can do. Like, Garo is waiting for him to come from up the bushes and waiting for him to use his ability, but unfortunately the silence is right there ready for the battle. 4 kills to Sadness, and right now RCG can just lane forward and get the turrets they want, and also
the Shadow Shadow Overlord
it
will be in their hands, and then the Vanguard will on their assistance. So apparently for Nova they need to be very careful now. Like in this patch of the game, we do see there are a lot of sudden death in the during the whole season, especially after like 10 minutes or 15 minutes. If like somehow they lost their opportunity, then probably the opposite side can finish the game within like 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, speaking with confidence, you can see those items over 10,000k at like 10,000 gold for Garo is completely leading Lady Sun, even if like Lady Sun have the accompaniment with Tai Jiren. So you can see this kind of leading, like personal gold, especially when you are comparing to the marksman. This will be a whole nightmare for Nova, because from now on they cannot just simply trying to shield and soak in those damage from Garo. Garo has a very long range of attack. There's no way they can possibly find trying to dodge that kind of damage.
Yep, so basically what RCG can do now is having 4 people surround Garo to protect Garo, and then let Garo get this blue buff. But unfortunately, it still got the blue buff being taken down by Ganjiang Moye from Nova. So they need to be very careful now. Just as you said, the damage from Garo is just unbelievable now.
A whole nightmare. Jin trying to initiate, diving in very far forward from the rest of the team, but see Garo using the ultimate, getting the single attack all the time, making Nova's frontliner have to go back to the base one more time. With the help of the dragons over there, I think this tier 2 is about to fall as well.
And Nova is actually in a pretty bad situation. They are in downwind position at the moment. However, they still have the opportunities, because as long as Ganjiang Moye can create a lot of damage, and also Lan should really get at the back, other than try to fight in the front.
Yes. The choice of angles is really important when you're playing Lan or playing Assassin, because if you choose to go in straightforwardly all the time, that you will be spotted because you have a very vulnerable HP bar, very vulnerable body. You cannot just go and forward and trying to get what you wanted to get. And I think this angle is quite accurate. He actually gets to Sadness. One more taken down for Garrow. This is what we are talking about. Nova have to switch angles. If you really want to get closer to the backlines and the marksman we're talking about, you have to go around trying to pick a perfect angle from coming from the behind will be a best scenario they can possibly grab.
So Nova's decision has been like pretty accurate, and also in this way they can stop the aggressiveness from RCG, and by the overall buff from the Tyrant, they can actually create a lot of damage and then see what they can do now, because Garrow still like got 4 seconds to come out.
Of course. Let's see the rest. I think that might be a turnover point for Nova, because you can see the item board and also the goal differences. They're climbing up and actually like spaced up and getting the entire team, yeah, even 50 to 50, nearly the same gold to the entire team.
So we can see Lan is actually like on the minimap. Lan is swimming to the try to get the angle you mentioned.
Yeah.
So he made his appearance at the bot lanes, in the farm lanes, but he needs to get away as soon as possible because people are ganging on top of him.
RCG, I think that it will be very easy for you to manage to make one strategy work for the first time, but when you're losing and when you're trying to find the second, like the second time, it will be harder than before, because RCG will know where you're hiding, and their strategy is that they have to find you first before you take your action. Yeah, this is a very smart strategy to combat as well.
And what I don't understand is for Nova, you know, when Lan is, Jing is moving into the angle, just like what Lan did.
Yep. Top lane, the dragons are there. They're releasing the dragon, trying to take down one more Hydron towers. I think that RCG is still trying to end the entire game by executing like maybe a perfect team fight. They still have a lot of initiation going on, and their marksmen are still full in the items. The damage are there. They just have to make sure that Garrow can stay safe all the time.
As long as Garrow can stay alive, then RCG will have has a better opportunities to win the game. However, for Lady Sun, the items from Lady Sun is very much all completed. So they for RCG, they also need to be very careful, because with Lady Sun's damage and Ganjiang's damage, as well as Lan's damage in the later game, that can be really devastating for RCG.
I think the Succubus Cloak is enough for Garrow trying to protect herself during team fight, because I think most of the damage from Lady Swan will be quite absorbed by the frontlaner. All he have to pay attention to is one thing, the sword from Ganjiang Moya, the other, the appearance of Lan. So this will be also like the vision extremely important in the late game, because all the frontliner, you have to move in certain direction, trying to give full vision to your marksman so that the marksman can make better moves and choose better positions during the team fights. Let's see from the mini map, like Lan is trying to figure out what will be the way he can try to play hide and seek from with RCG, maybe like Yuhan and Daohen trying to surround to the back side of Sadness.
Jing is trying. Jing actually found Lan's place. However, you can see how much damage Garrow can create, and then now, like with Zhang Fei's CC, everyone is moving on top of it, but Tai Yi Zhenren still managed to get away. However, Xia Houdun has been taken away by Garrow. So such a good CC from Zhang Fei, and they can actually get the turret to increase their damage now.
I think initially that the RCG really want to initiate, because they're using Heart's ultimate and Yuan's ultimate at the same time trying to slow down Nova, trying to grab those takedowns to your team, and they managed to do this. And Dao Hen's appearance, Dao Hen's diving in is very important because he makes sure that moves have to go back. Lady Sun is very low into HP bar, and once like Xuan wants to get close to Garo, they just at the same time, go in from the forward to their backline at the same time, trying to protect Garo at the same time. I like the idea. You can actually see how they communicate with one another during their actions.
So for Nova, such a downwind situation now, they need to figure out a way to take out Garo. So for RCG, what they really need to do is to maintain all the minions on the 3 lines and actually help them to push on top of the Highlands Terrans from Nova.
But I think that if you put yourself in the shoes of the marksman from both teams, I think like Moods will be having a worse gaming experiences and sadness. Like Moods is facing a lot of threats all the time. There's no way he can possibly find a way to stand to trying to pull up all the damage from his side. Oh, let's see, another initiation coming from the Zhang Fei, meant to take one more member down from Nova, and RCG, their next move is going directly looking forward to this Tempest Dragon, and once they have the dragon, they will be having much more damage, extra shields. They'll be possible winners and possible ones who win the team fights. One splash is going to bait up the sadness, getting to a quite a safer spot, and Lan trying to dive in, but it's kind of dodged by Heart and Sadness.
And you see how tough Meng Tian is during the team fight. Like one person, he's the only one to take on like 3 heroes damage, and now they have the buff from the Tempest Dragon. So it's really dangerous for Nova now, and probably they can actually finish the game just for this round of 5.
Yeah, I think they're still trying to clean the wave, but you can see the dragons are coming in and they're reaching for the target. I think Nova, there's nothing Nova can do, and that will be a game for RCG. Congratulations. I think they spend a lot of time, because their marksmen have a lot of gold starting from very mid phase of the game, and they're making some mistakes by for example, the vision is not enough for Garo trying to escape from long 7N, but they're making changes as the time goes by during the game and actually just protect Garo as a circle and trying to go straight forward to the crystal of their opponent.
Exactly. So for Garo, ever started from about 6 minutes, her overall farming pace has been really steadily and prudently. So for her in this, for Nova, they should actually put more pressure on the growth of Garo. But at the end, we see Lady Sun cannot have like a long arm to poach Garo.
Yeah.
And at the end, it's quite difficult for them to break the shield of Meng Tian and Zhang Fei to get their hand on Garo.
Yeah, this is what we have been covered during the BP. If you're comparing the environment for both marksmen to stay alive and deal the damage, I think Moods will be facing overly very hard scenario for ladies and trying to use the damage, because all the possible damage will be completely absorbed by Dao Hen's this Meng Tian. So Meng Tian is becoming a wall. Lady Sun cannot possibly climb up, and all he is facing is that he cannot reach closer to this Garo, but he's constantly getting poked by this Garo all the time. Even though he's kind of protected, and by Hui, I think Moods can be performing better if they can have a better choices when it comes to marksman. I think maybe if they're looking for flexibility and mobility, I think KAW might be a better choice comparing with Lady Sun.
Yep, and for this game, we do see Yi An's Ganjiang Moye actually tried his very best. Because
wow, 51%.
Yeah, in the very beginning, especially in the very beginning phase of the game, we do see how familiar he is with Ganjiang Moye. and created such a really good pokings during the game, but it's just not enough for him to do it by himself. And then for Air, especially in the next game when he is choosing a jungler like assassin, he needs to look for a better angles to create more pressure, and especially like psychological pressure on RCG's side.
You know, I still remember some of the plays I casted for Nova, and I think that if they choose to pick those tanky junglers and a warrior duo, then they can actually perform better because you can see those aggression from the top lane, right? I could still remember like 3 times or 4 times I casted Nova's game. The top laner always will be awarded with the MVP. That's the answer because they need the aggression. They need to find a tankier assassin in the late game. All right, let's see the RCG. MVP, Yuhan, Zhang Fei, very good initiation, very good protection at the late game as well. But I can still remember every single time he used the ultimate, trying to initiate, trying to fight back, trying to do everything he want to do, and it's making that happen.
And also, it is actually really good to see in this season quite a lot of support player receive MVP. And we can see, you know, most of the time those support players can provide a really good sight and visions for their team, as well as a really good commanding post for the team.
And this will be the very late one. You can see like Zhang Fei trying to initiate, but by the second he saw Xuan gets the hook on Garo, he just goes back, surround Garo as the entire team, and Garo can like save and sound, deal the damage, use the single attacks, and get more kills. I think at the very end, maybe the KDA is 8 something, right, for Garo, because Garo have like managed to get a lot of kills during the team fights, and by this time, maybe mid-time, 14 minutes or 13 minutes or 12 minutes, I couldn't even remember it clearly, but we can see like from getting the full kill to Garo, and that will be the game for RCG. That's a starting point. From that second, I almost thought that the game will be ended soon, but thanks to Nova, you know, we actually can see the Tempest Dragon.
Yep, and at the end, it was actually our estimations and our forecast that we actually, you know, fight till the Tempest Dragons to come out. So like for the next game, I'm just wondering how Nova will choose, like what kind of lineup they will choose, because we can see the last game they played in quite a conservative way, so it's more like an operation type of the lineup. So I'm just wondering, like for next game, probably they can use Miyamoto to have a better poking, like in the beginning of the game, and also probably they can combine with heroes like Marco Polo, so especially can actually create a really good synergies in the beginning, like 4 to 6 minutes.
Yeah, I think the reason they lose in the very first game is not because of very bad performances or very bad execution on their strategy. It's only because they can get themselves like a better composition than this one. So if you have another look at the composition, it's very clear that it's very hard for them trying to initiate. Comparing with RCG, they have Monty and they have Zhang Fei, can do whatever they want to do, and those combo chains are very like large AoE abilities. That's the difference. They can use Hai Yizhen to initiate, but you have to pay attention to the standing point of your own marksman, and you have to wait for your dive, right? You to wait for your flicker to be active again every single 2 minutes, and that will be quite challenging. So they're making rotation, they're making substitutions from RCG, they're changing Wu Qin instead of Daohan. Let's see their chemistry. Maybe they are changing the top laner because they want to use maybe a tank with a assassin. I'm not so sure.
And just then, as you mentioned, they can initiate a fight with Taiyi. However, if Taiyi really jumped into the fight, then nobody can actually protect Lady Sun at the back. So by this rotation, we might see a tankier or more like a warrior type soldier type of confront linked heroes. Especially as you can see, we have a jungler like Wu Qing to replace Dao Heng. Probably we can see heroes like Fu Zi and also Mai Nei to play on the confront lane.
I think that we are really familiar with how Nova plays, but quite surprising to see what they're doing with this kind of composition. I think the choices of Lady Zun and Tai Zhenren and to put like Xiahou on the top side is quite old-fashioned. Sometimes I think this kind of choices of all the heroes is kind of eliminated as the time goes by. You know, they really wanted to like perform more aggressively than this, but the choices of the heroes kind of restricted their performances. So I think there's not about the mentality, it's not about the performances, it's just about the choices during the BP. So if they can manage to get a better and like more proactive composition to their side, I think that Nova still stands a higher chance to make it as a draw. 1-1, I think it's possible, but not to mention like RCG is making these rotations, and I think that RCG is hiding some strategies, hiding their main purpose like underneath this kind of rotation. I was wondering what like Wu Qing will be picking.
Yeah. And also now we can see for Luban Master be on the ban, and then for the Bomber Cats once again being banned by RCG. So in this way, Nova at least can prevent RCG to use Luban number 7 or like Huang Zhong in the game. And also, as we can see, Nova banned another support hero, Tai Zhenren. So we do see Nova is trying to put much more pressure on the
Of course. Yeah, they're basically cleaning out those possible choices to the bottom lane duo that you cannot just like going through a smooth and safe and sound laning phases. We're gonna be giving you a lot of stress during the laning starting from the very early game, and Dachao will be taken by the side of Nova. Yeah, good choice. They still have Fuzi and Gongsun Li all available to their side, and really depends on what the hero they're gonna get.
And now we see RCG picked Su Lie to be the support player. And we do have like a higher opportunity to see a lot more team fight from RCGs to initiate on top of Nova.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of hero being picked up trying to counter back Dachao, because like very easy answer, you have to choose those heroes who can make those enemy move away from the teleportation port. So yeah, I think Su Lie works best with this current meta, because you have a lot of ways you can trying to put them back forward, you can just stun them up to the air. There's a lot of things you can do, and just to make sure that you can come in from an unknown angle, this will be a threat to your enemy.
And also for Zhao Huaizhen, the first skill of Zhao Huaizhen can also push heroes away from the teleportations. So we do see RCG's picks is a really good counter pick towards Dachao. And on Nova's side, if they lock down on Gongsun Li, which they do, which they just did, that is a really traditional combination once again, like Dachao, Gongsun Li composition.
Yes.
And then for RCG, they've got Ganjiang Moye to have like a better poking during the mid games. And also, like for anybody stood in Dachao's teleportation, Ganjiang Moye can actually create a damage to see whether he can take out that hero before it has been that hero being transferred back to home.
Yeah, I think that I like RCG's composition because you can see the bursting damage are there, and those knocking up abilities are there. And Zhao Huaizhen, not to mention, it's a very meta hero. He's super strong in his tankiness, but at the same time, he is also can deal a lot of damage to the backlines. So yeah, I think the rounding up those composition for RCG is really very solid. And for Nova, they're choosing, either it's Gongsun Li or it's La Fuzi. So what really matters is that the reason they're choosing Gongsun Li and Da Xiao together, they want to put a lot of, I think the maximum amount of the stress to the tops, to the bottom sides. So I was wondering, if I were the coach from RCG, I would not choose a marksman. I would use those double soldier strategies. You know, you do not need those extra damage from the marksman to do this, because the best marksman you can possibly have to go in against a Da Qiao composition will be Gongsun Li. So what will be the remaining choices for RCG? Yeah, if they're looking forward to those bursting damage, I think Yuan Fang will be a better choice.
Like what I was just curious about is when Nova locked down Lianpo and then RCG locked down Fuzi. And I'm like, why? Like, if for RCG they put a ban on Miyamoto, then that will be a lot more, effective and efficient for the team. And probably, I'm not sure if it's like a wrong choice or not. But from RCG side, we have Bayern's and then Concert Yu.
Yeah.
The only problem that I consider is that Concert Yu's farming rhythm is actually quite long, and you really need to wait for her to the late game stage to create a lot more damage. So in the beginning, it might not be as effective to when she is facing Gongsun Li in the game.
Yeah, but it turned out that Nova is not let its Da Qiao to go into the support. They actually have Sheldon as the very last pick. So they're answering with to mid lane Da Qiao with the specified items for Da Qiao lately build it up in the game. So that Da Qiao you can have like slightly higher damage than the original one, but the whole mechanism are completely changed up by use of that specified item. So yeah, maybe like Nova is trying to hide something there, but I think that the damage is largely lacking from this complete composition.
Yeah, true. Because when like yesterday when I was playing Da Qiao for like a mid lane, and the ultimate for Da Qiao, I don't think is enough to to cause much more of a AOE damage on RCG side. So maybe at the late game stage, Da Qiao can sold the special item and then to turn the set of skills back to 4 instead of using 3s. And now we are entering the game Nova on the blue side and then RCG on the red side.
Yeah, but I think this kind of experiment is quite interesting to be looking forward to, because you are trying to guess what will be the item he finally choose, with Ian's Da Qiao. Maybe it's a specified item, maybe it's not. Maybe they're just deciding to go into the old-fashioned way, where you're just strongly focused on moves farming up. They're depending on this Gongsun Li's performances all the time. They have a very high reliance on the performance of the marksman. All right, let's see. They're pairing up.
But going after Lianpo, but however, Lianpo's 1-to-1 skill combinations, the skill chain, it's really hard for Bayern to catch Lianpo in this stage of the game.
And the initial building for Sulia, because he will be granted with an extra life without passive. So I think that Yuhan shows no threat when it goes to 1v1 with Hui. He can be pulled up as long as there's some teammates following after him. He can be a very strong suit trying to protect the jungles, and also you can work in a quite aggressive way if you want to make sure that you can go deeply into your jungles, your enemy's territory. It can also be working that way.
Is that for Da Qiao in the mid lane, confronting Ganjiang Moye, not much advantages that Da Qiao can get, and also you can see three of the heroes are trying to ganged up Da Qiao. They're all waiting in the bush.
I think the mage Daqiao is like in a lot of abilities, you cannot clean away fast enough. You do not have enough damage. You do not have enough, how to say that, enough crowd control abilities. And at the same time, you are still a very vulnerable, like backlines needed to be protected by supports. So there's a lot of weakness to this kind of choices when it comes to composition.
Yep.
Nova is really trying something new.
Yeah. And then on about 3 minutes now, we do see RCG is continuing with the spirits and the synergies from the last game and trying to create a lot more pressure on the farm lanes. So you do see Ganjiao Moye coming down to the farm lanes to support Concert Yu quite a lot of time.
Yeah. All right. Suli had in a bush, managed to ambush 2, putting back 2, but he kind of sacrificed himself there, lighting on the ground because no one can possibly save him. The reinforcements are there. Hui is being brought very low, but he actually hiding in the tower, managed to save himself again.
Yep. However, they need to be, like for RCG, they need to be very careful with Lianpo, because after 4 minutes when the shield of the turrets has been cancelled, and then Lianpo can actually create quite a lot of damage to the turrets.
That's very interesting because there's a lot of ways that like Nova can use. They can use the teleportation to go back. They can hide into the towers with Sheldon's passive. So there's a lot of things they can do trying to like manage to dodge those damage from RCG.
And also for Sheldon, with such a good shield on like for him, that he can actually block quite a lot of poking damage from RCG. However, still we need to be very careful. Nova needs to be really careful with RCG at this stage of the game, especially with Daqiao, like the lack of damage as a mid laner.
Right, they found one member down. Sheldon is right back there using the ultimate, but the damage is there, but also he's hiding in the tower one more time. Good strategy.
Yep, that's the good things about Sheldon. And also you can see if you are not careful enough, then Lianpo can actually grow in a really good pace. And it's really hard to clean out Lianpo in this stage of the game now.
Yes, I think Miyamoto Musashi, those ultimate is like straight on target. With the help of Shen, he managed to take down one more. Let's see, Yuhan right there. It's the very first team fight that Yuhan is knocking back 2, good initiation, but unfortunately those damage is not like strictly followed by Counter Yu. I think the initial damage is quite limited for Counter Yu. There's nothing he can do. If you're comparing with the bursting damage with Gong Sun Li going against Counter Yu, I think Sadness is completely losing it. If you're comparing and speaking of a early game, like damage style to damage amount.
Yeah, and this is the good things about Daqiao, can always help the teammates to go back, really good, strategies to use. And just then, for Sulie, we do see that he really wants to initiate the fight, but he just did not expect a lot of enemy waiting for him in the bush.
And by the item board, we can actually see that EN is choosing to buy the specified items for Daqiao, making the 4 abilities into 3 abilities and changing the whole mechanism of Daqiao. He still have the ability to teleport the members, but he cannot just gather in the entire team to one certain position because it's changing the ultimate of Daqiao. He can only have the damage, but not the teleportation like usefulness for the entire team.
And just the only thing is that we have to see whether for Ian will change the skill sets of Daqiao at the later game stage or not. And then you will have like a 2 support heroes in a team to help Kunsen and also to help Miyamoto to create a lot more damage in the later stage of the game.
Lately, I've seen a lot of research, a lot of comparisons when it comes to actual data, comparing with the damage amount of the original Daqiao and the specified item stop of Daqiao. But like people tend to discover that the damage does not have a lot of differences. No, you're supposed to have much more damage if you are taking a part of mages, but it's not actually happening. And yeah, so I think the damage, the whole damage amount of the mage Daqiao will be really need to be leveled up for a little bit.
So we probably like at the end of the year when we have KIC, then Daqiao at that time could, create more damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see that is the AOE skills for Daqiao, but it's just not enough, to be honest. It's just not enough. Yeah.
Use the second ability at the same time. Brought Shen back to the front lane. The RCG wanted to help to protect their own blue buff, but unfortunately still taken by air.
And I felt like the team from both sides, they couldn't really initiate a proper team fight at the moment.
No vision for RCG, no reason.
And then Zhao Huaizhen is trying to get the Overlord, so at least they can actually to maintain a good lead on the gold. Apparently 2,000 gold.
Because the backline for RCG is still trying to farm up, so they're losing a lot of chances to fight for division because they have Daqiao, they have the shield and Haibin in every bush, but the only frontliner they have will be Sulie. But Sulie cannot just pay the risk of going into every single bushes. That's a reason why Nova is taking side of every single thing happening on the map. They're taking the Tyrant, they're taking the Dragons, they're going everywhere. They want to make invasion. They'll be there with the help of Xuan, the Slambo diving in and get every single vision they want. But I think this kind of situation will be changed once that RCG have some of the very important item built up by the backlines. And one other thing's good about Nova is that they have the Sheldon, because Sheldon is blocking every single auto attack from RCG, but this hiding abilities and strategy is actually working. But unfortunately, Counter Yu went down one more time.
And also that is the problem at the moment for RCG. And then RCG is actually a very strong Miyamoto Musashi, and then Nova had a really good team fight with RCG.
Yes.
And although they started in a really defensive way,
I think that RCG really want to strike back one more time, playing actively during the game. But I think the damage and the items that you really needed is not right there yet. So there's not enough amount of the damage followed by the second when they initiate. Yuhan's position is really, really good, but unfortunately Sadness is taken down very, very early phases during the team fight, so they're lacking a huge dealt of the damage initially. Counter Yu went down one more time. I think the damage he cannot possibly goes back. They have to retreat back for one more time.
And
very hard.
For RCG,
very difficult task.
For RCG, what they really need to, find a way to, create damage to shield them from different angle. Otherwise, all the damage from Heart and Sadness, no matter that it's from a magical damage or physical damage, then it won't cause anything any devastated feelings to Sheldons. So they need to look for a better angle to take Sheldon away.
Yeah, but I think if they're facing 5,000 gold deficit, it will be even more difficult than ever for them trying to fight back. From now on, I think the vision cannot just simply be fought back by those standing points. They have to use Ganjang Moya sword every single time they want to go one step further to the river. It's very hard for them trying to gain for division. I think. Okay, Nova, Howling Emblem trying to initiate, but the only target they find will be Zhao Haijin. But like Moose is magically disappearing from the map. This will be one turning overside from RCG maybe, because right now they're facing 4 versus 5. And RCG do not want to let this kind of advantage go away. Wu Jing diving in, trying to initiate, but it's kind of like, well, pushing back by Da Qiao.
And this is a good way, you know, to use Da Qiao, because you can always teleport your teammates back to the front line. And also you can see it's really difficult for RCG at the moment to create any damage, especially with such a around like a 5,000 gold lead. And like just then for Tenix, when I look at Tenix, Zhao Huizhen, I don't found him, you know, to use Zhao Huizhen in a better way, because he is trying to basically get into the team fight when the fight initiated. So, you know, he needs to continue to think of how he can use Zhao Huizhen in a better, more like an effective way.
Yes, I think that from the BP and the start of the BP stages, I think this Da Qiao choices will be a swingy choices. It can either goes to the support or goes to the mage or mid lane. But by the second they found that they're choosing Ganja Moi and Concert Yu at the same time, it will be one good signal for them. Like the Sheldon will be a perfect choices, because they can block every single those projectile abilities coming up to their backlines. So you can see that RCG spend a lot of time trying to make their damage happen to the backline from Nova, but it's completely blocked up by Hui's shield. This strategy is actually working.
And I'm just wondering why Sulia was at that place and then got ganged up by everyone.
Oh, TNX is falling down one more time with the help of the dragon. I think it's a very easy task for Nova to go one more step close to the high ground. And look at the top lane also with the help of the dragon as well. They get taken down as much of the turrets as possible.
Yep, and so for Nova, the game is actually favoring them at the moment, and then to see whether they can create a lot more, much more damage to the high ground turret. And though they have the emblem, there's no use for them to use that emblem.
Yes.
So apparently we do see Da Qiao is using for Ian is using Da Qiao in a quite good way. So although without those huge damage and on AoE skills, but at least Da Qiao can create quite a lot of debuff effect to RCG.
Yeah, I think that the reason they're putting Lian Po and Gongsun Li very early into the mid lane is that they wanted to surround the river. They wanted to initiate all the time as long as they seize the chance. They seize the chance. Like RCG, when they're still doing the laning, you can see that surprisingly Nova is beginning, to trying to grab those skirmish happen on the mid lane. And by getting this, they're grabbing every single chance they found, RCG, because they are so confident with the 5 versus whatever numbers they're facing during the team fights. And they're actually winning and building up this kind of gold lead by using this kind of strategies. Get a very simple one, gathering around very early.
So I felt like by using Da Qiao, it's more like a double blade sword. And for Nova, at least in this game, we do see Da Qiao can do quite a lot. And then you can see Da Qiao's AC, and then Lian Po, such a high damage, and then high AoE attacks, and then everyone is getting on RCG, and then the minions is right on top of the high ground. So probably this will be the game for tonight. And congratulations to Nova. What a wonderful game for this for tonight, and one-on-one tight with RCG.
I think that the 2 games from both teams, they are showing different like merits of their own styles. Like I think the very first game 1, like this it will be a more familiar, like more old-fashioned way of RCG trying to win the game, because they are picking very solid frontliners and actually protect their marksmen till the very late game, till the very end, and manage to get 1 point to their hand. And after like being defeated in game 1, like Nova is changing to a complete different teams. Instead of playing aggressively, gaining those laning advantages in the early game, they're trying to switch the entire composition into a one way that I would say that we never see, is because they are choosing 2 supports originally, but with the help of the specified item from Daqiao, so Daqiao transformed from a support into a mages, and you can see the rest of the choices like Lianpo, Sheldon, and Daqiao at the same time. Not to mention Miyamoto Musashi's ultimate, I think they can initiate all the time. It's a very aggressive team fight composition if you are really digging in and trying to analyze. So yeah, I think every single like possible composition can work. Just if you are quite familiar with how to do this, how to execute the actual strategy, you can be the winner. And I really like the idea that Nova is bringing this kind of chemistry and very new things to our game.
For RCG, of course, they obviously they're trying to do their very best. However, you can see the combo chains like the CC chains is just way too effective for Nova during the game. So at that, like before, we were actually thinking that to use Sulie to try to at least make a better effect on Daqiao. However, during the whole game, I start to think probably Zhuangzhou can be better, like in a way, than Sulie.
Yeah, like that's what is very amazing from the BP from Nova, because initially every single member, and including both of us, we are assuming that this Daqiao will simply be a support, right? So what RCG is looking forward to is that maybe from the mid lane they're trying to initiate, they're trying to hide in the bush and waiting for Nova's member to go into the idle lanes of the map, and they will be hiding right there using their burst damage, using their weight like laning advantages to be the winner, to actually brought some advantages into their own team. But unfortunately, I think they're kind of busted by Nova. They do not have the idea of how to do this, how to go in against with kind of very certain, very special, very newly designed composition. They're hesitating all the time during the game. They do not know what to do because they're fighting like very hard, trying to grasp, trying to get the river like vision, but they're finding themselves very hard because every single ability is the sword from Ganjia Moye, the sword from some considerably will be completely blocked out by Sheldon. There's nothing they can do, and if they really want to get a vision, they go into the river and they will be like initiated at the very second. Very hard to find a way to break through.
Yep. And also you can see on the KDA like 46 support, and also from the dashboards we can see basically with Daqiao's abilities, very much every single team members of Nova will actually work together to create a lot more team fights to help each other. So once again, we have another MVP for support player Hui with Sheldon.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I mean, normally we will see that Sheldon will be awarded with the MVP because he are using the second ability with the flash very good, very effectively during the team fight. But magically from this game, we can see from the highlight clip that what like Hui is doing is use the ultimate to shield down all the damage upcoming from RCG, and using the visibility trying to like make Mutsu give Mutsu a better environment to deal the damage.
And
yeah, very good.
Also, like for the whole game, I feel sorry for Yuhan.
Yes.
Because like the Sulie has, we know Sulie can create a lot of damage and also a really good controlling mechanism. However, with this whole game, he has been very much counteract by by Sheldon.
Yeah. So I think that it will be a victory, like awarded to the BP, because they're getting themselves those compositions that their opponents cannot simply just get into one clear decision of what they should be doing inside of the game. So I would say that that's a victory to the entire coach team and to the entire team members, because they know well and they apparently have a better and deeper understanding of the 大乔 in this current meta. I like the idea of this. I was looking forward to see more of this kind of strategy going on in the later future games in KAW Season 2. Maybe, yeah.
And also, probably for other teams, they need to be careful with the opposite, like their opponents to pick out 大乔, because in the very beginning of this season, the first 大乔 picked out was actually by BSE, and with the 大乔and Fuzi and also Byron's compositions, but at that time 大乔 has not been changed yet.
Yes.
Because at that time they don't have the special items. But however, now we do see 大乔 can be played in different kind of ways. So they need to be very careful in the future. And now we have the after-match interviews.
队伍最近都有输比赛，那么你们最近状态不是特别好，有没有发现问题？具体在哪里呢？You lost several rounds recently. What is the main problem, do you think?
我发现我们最近是进野区的问题吧，通常进野区一进就炸了，配合没沟通好，团结性就没那么好。
Well, I think we haven't been cooperating quite well, especially in the jungle. OK, 第二个问题，在今天第2局的比赛中，你们一上来就搬了2个辅助英雄。能不能给我们分享一下在赛前是怎么部署的？ You banned 2 supporters very quickly at the beginning. What was your strategy?
因为对面的辅助太强了吧，就把对面的辅助都禁了。
Yeah, because we think our opponent, they are always playing very well with the supporters. So we just want to ban as many supporters as we can at first. Thank you.
All right. I think we finally have the idea that why they're banning to support, but they're still hiding their strategy. They're not telling us of the the reason they're changing and shifting the 大乔 into the mages, into the mid lane. But yeah, I think it's working really, really well, and looking forward to see their further future performances using this kind of very similar compositions.
And also, they did realize their problem with the junglers. Heroes, because they couldn't find a good way to cut in, and also a loss of communications during the game. So in this way, well, it's a good lesson for Nova to learn. So hopefully, in the future, we can see Nova can go to perform in a better synergies. And the next game we have Impunity versus BSE, and
BSE.
BSE. I'm just not sure how many minutes BSE will take to finish the game tonight.
Wow, that would be a very amazing and aggressive, I would say, game to look forward to. And Impunity, always a fan, so we held a lot of expectations towards this match too. So we will take a short break and we'll be back soon.
See you later.
些善良。
Sure, it's gonna use that flash, but here comes Nova. Wait, it's gonna jump and it's gonna fall down, and the combination of those players are working so well together. And here, Ian.
断魔
Double kill.
色原无色，空亦非空。你真的会用这玩意儿吗？
Oh, that is gonna be a close call. He
需
get
要
on
帮忙
top.
吗？
Instead, actually getting two shots. That's a great plus. And getting anyone was great. And MMA putting the hammer on the nail. Getting those kills. Here comes rebound number 7. With such a
继续挺进
great.
让一让，需要帮忙吗？无事发生。
这不是神经病，是理想。
Smart knockup. And Luna is gonna come in with
变
a
身吧！
Here is gonna be a janitor. From Channel. That could be a triple kill, maybe a quadra kill,
早就
maybe
知道
that.
你有问题，怕不怕？混蛋！
Now that is what happened. What the flash, the double kill, and this is the counter strike. Triple kill on Juan. What an outplay here.
Triple kill.
全力以赴做正确的事。
MSK doing a lot of damage.
先吃我一锤。
And that is what I'm talking about. RTC fighting back.
我们来比划比划。
Still on the run. Byron getting that double kill. Well, this is gonna be trouble for RTC. Triple kill on Byron.
先吃我一锤。璀璨的破灭。 我们来比划比划。
Hello, welcome back. We are waiting for this match to begin for quite a while, and as we are taking a rest, I think that, yeah, like Andy is putting a lot of expectation to BSE. Huge fan, right?
Well, cannot help with that because like I started the commentations for Group B. So ever since like the starting of the season, I actually witnessed BSC getting all the wins, during the seasons. So when they are moving into Group A now, especially they already got like 2 wins in Group A. So I do know, Impurity, they have a really good synergies within the team. And then when I look at their statistics, they actually have a really good statistics, not just in season 1, but also in this season. So I think, it is actually really, I do look forward, to see BSC to have a fight with Impunity. And then we see Zhihong, Xiang, and Ze, they all MVPs in Group B. And also for Zhihong, really good mid lane player. So hopefully we can see a continued performance, like good performance from BSC.
Yeah, I think that this is a really good accomplishment because you are playing in Group B in the very first round of our regular season. So you're facing like 5 other teams. You have to make a very deep investigation and very solid homework need to be done to be the opponent for those teams from Group A. And one fact, not to mention that they actually win promotion and relegation team BO5 to be there. So this exchange into Group A, I think that it's given like BSE those confidence, but I was quite surprised to see that after, getting their self into Group A, they're actually getting 2 wins in a row. So yeah, that's a huge accomplishment. So I think that their mentality and how they're preparing for the matches are all fired up. They're so ready for today's matchups. I think they're waiting for this for a long time because Impunity will definitely be one of the best teams from KAW, like season 2. I think all the teams want to make this challenge, be a challenge, be a opponent for Impunity, and just trying to make sure that where am I standing in Group A, whether I can be, the top 2, top 3 in Group A. It will be like rounded up after this match with Impunity. And let's take a look at a team data comparison because that will be like showing different like informations.
And like the other day when I was commentating with Gekit, and we were looking at the total gold because BSC's gold amount of gold has always been left behind, and then the reason is because they always finish the game in a really early stage.
Yes.
So
that's right.
I think the only game that they finished late is around 15 minutes.
Wow.
So let's see what they will, what they can do for tonight, especially like versus Impunity. And then for BSC, the very first ban is in Byron, which actually surprised me. That is the hero they love to use.
And as a blue side, they actually have the advantages of picking this hero in the first hand. I think they still have a lot of consideration. Maybe they're trying to get a winner laning. They still can have Mai or Mongtian. I think Mongtian is working very well if take a rewind of game 1 in match 1. So yeah, I think that BO2 all-round BP, you can pick a lot of heroes, most of the meta heroes that are available and right there waiting for you to choose. And BSE, I think that I can give them a mark, a dark horse name for them because they are actually making the huge progress in KAW season 2. They are a new surprise to all of our viewers and all of our casters, so really looking forward to see the performance for this one.
Yep. And for BSC to choose someone, she is actually a really like an ordinary pick by Zhihong. And then for Impunity, with the picking of Tai Zhenren, we can probably see Lady Sun once again in the game. But if we look at the statistics from Impunities, they might not pair Lady Sun with Tai Yi.
Of course.
In the previous games.
Yeah. I think that the choice of Tai Yi is very traditional and very popular and prioritized choices when it comes to Impunity because Megumi is very famous for this Tai Zhenren use, but surprisingly they're choosing a lot of like different hero to be countering back for BSC's composition because like BSC is going very straightforwardly. They're picking Mai as a frontliners and is going to do those laning, like going against Yalian. So yeah, this one is worth noticing for.
And also for BSC choosing these 3 heroes, they actually chose it in other games as well. And whenever they picked out this kind of compositions, they actually will create a lot of pressures and team fights in the beginning 5 minutes.
Yes.
So we will see how Impunity can, take on those pressures. And also we have Garo and Zhang Fei. So basically in the 3 phases, like linear phases and mid phase and late game, BSC all got enough damage to the game.
That's a very balanced up composition, taking a look at the 5 heroes, they are like prioritized with each other quite good, like quite fairly. But, comparing with the ability ranges, you're seeing that BSC have like a super leading when it comes to the poke and damage. Like Impunity, no matter what kind of the chemistry and the combo chains are lying right there, but I think they're too short-handed in their range of attacks, you know. They only have Zhao Huaizhen and Cai Yizhen available to initiate, and not to mention like the Yalian is a very short-hand warrior. Even though you can use your ultimate trying to jump on ahead of the backliners, but you still need to be followed up by your teammates, right? You cannot just by diving in hard, going solo with a 1 versus 5, you're gonna lose. So yeah, I think that the range of attack will be one way for BSE to win, because definitely when you're doing 5 versus 5, if that the impunity is all appearing, showing appearances like in front of you, it will be an easy fight for BSE to win.
And most of the time when I look at BSE, when they're playing games, I felt like it's more like a KPL team playing with like a KAW team. Yeah. So that is what I felt before, and even probably to today. Let's see how BSE can do. And BSE is on the blue side and impunity on the red side.
All right, let's see the wave cleaning strategy. BSE 2 versus 2, very traditional one. The mages paired up with supports.
And for the beginning phase, like in the linear phases, for Alien, it's actually in a better advantageous position compared with mining. However, we can see Shenmengxi, this is what Zhihong always does, like moving into jungle areas and then see what kind of things he can do.
Yes. Let's see, Shaolin is getting this animal to their side, and impunity. Megumi is standing very far from the marksman, but having this vision here, making sure that like Angela can make a slight move towards the jungle, but nothing happened. Like BSE managed to give MS Kin like the double buffs, and he will be get to level 4 shortly.
And also we can see for BSE, by using Xiaohodun as a jungler, like for the whole game, Xiaohodun can create quite a reasonable damage in the mid game, but also it is able for him to escape the battlefield with the ultimates anytime.
Of course, top lane warns a 1 versus 1, always a battlefield that is worth noticing. Yeah. But I think it's not 1 versus 1, like BSE is hiding in there. That's waiting for like X hero to bite. To take the bite.
And now we can see Garo is about to be level 4.
Yes.
And also an interesting factor to see is that most of the team, when they're using Garo, when they reach level 4, they will level up on the ultimate. However, for BSE, we sometimes can to assume that the Garo will level up the first and second ability first, instead of to level up the ultimate.
Yes. Let's see some slight move, like initially from impunity, he managed to make an invasion into the jungles, getting the blue buff away from MS Kin and using all the ability from Angela, those bursting damage, trying to keep like MS Kin away from the jungle. They managed to do this, but nothing happened. Like there's no first blood happen for both teams. So I think anything happened can be acceptable, like for both teams. They're just waiting for the next round. Like 4 minutes will be the very important, like time changing moments for both teams.
Like obviously, impunity has done a lot of homeworks with BSE, and then they know that they cannot they cannot let BSE to have a advantages for the PDAs. So, but now we can see Xiaohodun is moving in, but Alien luckily escaped away. However, the jungle area will be quite dangerous for them. And then Xiaoho got it. Xiaoho escaped away, just like what we mentioned before. But now on the farm lanes, we can see Garo with a bit of bow lag compared with Mengya, but she is still playing quite aggressively.
Mengya can have a winning lane going against every single marksman, but Garo might be a problem. Let's see the initiation from BSE trying to slow down. Linfeng, there's nowhere to escape, but he's kind of resurrected, saved by the ultimate by Megumi. Megumi is right there on time, and with the arrival of Mengya getting one more kill, this will be a 2 kills, getting to the pocket of impunity, 0-2 trade.
Yep, Shaolin, the very first blood on BSC. Well, and I also would like to congratulations to Shaolin, because not many teams can actually found themselves receive a first blood from BSC.
Yeah, I think they're doing a lot of aggressive movements, actions. They're getting into the jungles. They're invading all the time. They're getting every single opportunity can possibly have, but not to mention like BSE initiated all this, They're trying to initiate at the first hand, but it's countered back by Impunity's members.
Yeah, and you see how aggressive the Shaolin can play.
I think Zhang Fei does not have the ultimate. The initial method is quite limited.
And now they are trying to put a lot more pressure on the farm lanes, but they need to be very careful, especially on the BSE side. Alien definitely cleaning out the top lane, the front lane, so Mayane needs to go back to clean up the lanes. So this is also a very good strategy that we can see executed by Impunity.
Let's see how Impunity is trying to snowball. They have to make extend their gold lead. I think only 1,000 or 2,000 gold lead is not enough if they really want to make BSD step back for a little bit, because we've been talking about this. They are quite losing when you're talking about the range of attacks, right? So they really need to pair themselves up with at least a 3,000, 4,000 gold lead, so that BSE have to go back for a little bit, getting the River Vision to Impunity's side.
Yep, 6 minutes. They're both teams trying to switch the turret. So apparently we can see Impunity is using their experience in the game, especially in KAW, to fight back BSE's aggressiveness, which has been quite successful at the moment.
And Shaolin is using the bursting damage from the firing beam again by Angela. So Zhe have to use the ultimate to protect himself. So if Zhang Fei is being forced out with the ultimate, I think that BSE have to be played extra careful, because you do not have a countering back strategy, a very good ability to save the back. So they have to wait for a few minutes, 1 or 2 minutes, for the ultimate for Zhang Fei to be active again.
So now we can see BSE is trying to get their hands on Tai and also Mengya, but just not sure whether they can do it or not. And Mengya has been taken out by the Bomber Cats. And then Angela, unfortunately Angela doesn't have her ultimate with her, but at the end it's like a 1-to-1 trade both sides made.
I think that Mai is trying to get to up, but Megumi is using his ability really well, trying to stun this Mai there, so Up can choose a route to go back. But Jihon is really determined, to exchange this kind of 1-to-1 trade to Impunity, because definitely Impunity is trying to build up those gold lead. They're trying to take those buffs and those jungles away from BSE. So I think that if you are losing, you're exchanging lives with the marksman, I think it's worth it. It's a worth trade, favoring the side of BSE, because they're still catching up quite closely with Impunity.
True. And also, what I am concerned is that we do see BSE is trying to slowing down the pace. However, for Impunity, they need to be a lot more careful, because BSE, when they are trying to slow down the pace, they can always, start to fight in a very short period of time.
Let's see the rest. Zhang Fei stepping in really deeply and actually using the ultimate to stun Mengya, even though Mengya is being brought back one more time by Megumi's assistant, but unfortunately he's going to be falling down one more time. BSE is completely winning by this team fight, because Impunity X-Hero is not there. Like Ab and Megumi are facing the whole world, like together.
And this is the thing that I was mentioning to you, because whenever BSC slow down their pace, they will always caught the opposite their opponents out of a sudden, like out of a surprise. Like they start fight like so fast after like 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And then like now they have the Terran buff on top of them, and they just look for the next fight.
I think that they're waiting for Impunity, you know, because Impunity is trying to get more gold, so they're definitely gonna be sending members trying to like get the waves closer to BSE's turrets. So that's the moment where BSE can gather around and just grab every single chance they can find in the mid lane, because they are completely outnumbering their opponents. Yeah, this is a very clear and very smart way to win the game. To bring back a little deficit.
Yep.
10 minutes.
They are going to the dark turrets, and you know we can see Garo is farming up slowly, and now it's like 7,300 Ks, 300 behind Mengya, but however the damage from Garo can be quite severe now.
I think they're really rational, you know. They know what to do when they're losing a bit. Oh, but this is overstepping into the unknown like jungle. You know, Angela and Lin Feng very perfect like teamwork together and getting this kill into Zhonghong. I think Zhonghong had no idea that he's going to be ambushed by 2 persons.
Yeah, normally like normally it's Zhihong ambushing other person.
Yeah.
But now, you know, that is the comeback.
But those vision is very important when you are playing with very good teams. So they have to learn their lessons. The next time, if you want to invade, just make sure that Zhang Fei or like MSK can keep an eye on the bushes.
And now that is the fight. And now like but with Tai Yi Zhenren's ability, they've got a second life for Mengya. But however, for BSA is trying to move in, Tai Yi Zhenren's gone, and then they are looking for Mengya to have a revenge for Garo, which has been very successful, like taken out by Bobacat.
Yeah, like these team fights are separated into 2 parts, where like the 2 marksmen are picking up those solo fights with the help of assistants and the support. But on the other side, we're seeing that this Mai is just simply killing every single members on the other side. So Impunity is losing Up, is losing Megumi, is losing Angela at the same time. So yeah, I think that BSE, even though they're losing JR at the very first time, but the other core stands up. It's very clear that they have the double cores, right? The top laners and the bottom laners. So even though like JR, the Scarrow went down immediately once the team fight started, but unfortunately, like the CN is bringing a good news for the entire team, you know. Set free and be relaxed. I will take care of this. From now on, I think BSE, like this Mai, will be a huge threat to Impunity.
Yep, absolutely. It's like more than 1,000 gold lead compared with the other side. And Mai Eve, you know, KDA 312, then that's a huge threat, as we mentioned.
Yeah, like JR is acting like a bite, you know, he's waiting to like kind of attract all the members, all the attention from Impunity, and like Xian is just magically appearing on your back.
Now Mai Eve, they like Mai Eve just he has been really cautious because he didn't see Alien in the team. So we can see on the map, Mai Eve actually went back to check out where is Alien, and Alien now is ready. In.
Alright, Axio around to dive in, use a flicker, get closer to JR. JR is being surrounded, and I think it will be an easy move for Axio to grab this kill to the team. Impunity is rushing out from their base, and BSE have to go back even though it cost them 2 members lives.
Wow, this is a really good team fight, like caused by Impunity, and also we can see that is for BSE definitely out of expectations when the Alliance came out from nowhere.
Yeah, I think that BSE have some somehow has some sensations, you know. They are gathering, they're having the idea that no, we have to gather like closely with one another. We have to find where X hero is, where this alien is, and we have to get rid of this alien. So finally, like, JR can be safe enough. But by the second they discover this fact that they're finding themselves, the Zhang Fei has already used ultimate, and you know, Skin is like absorbing, taking out a lot of damage from impunity. And by the second they want to retrieve back, it will be too late because X hero is right there using simple auto attack. You know, one, like, the visibility is enough to just take down Garo. Very vulnerable hero, very short into the HP bars.
And the problem is, like, when Zhang Fei used the ultimate, Zhang Fei was still in the front laners position.
Yes.
So, like, you know, Garo was all by herself at the back. So it's really dangerous for her to, you know, to stay at that position.
I think they sense the danger right there, but they just cost like few seconds more, you know, to make some response to this. You know, if they like after getting to the high ground tower retrieval, like at the same time, it will be safe enough for them. Yeah, it's a choice, you know, either for the high ground tower in the mid lane, or you cost your marksman's life. It's a fair trade. You just have to make the right decision.
Ganged up on Mayane and then to see whether she can get away or not, which she did. And in this way, she's like maintained, like, to stay alive. Then that could create a threat and like a pressure on on impunity side. But you can see Alliance once again like staying in the ambush, and then everyone is starting to have a fight.
I think
but
it's
nothing like.
Yeah, it'll be finished.
I think the next fight can be very important for the both team.
Of course, yeah. I think F-Zero has been waiting for this moment for a long time. So starting from the minute 1 till the 6 minutes, like, he's waiting for the right moment. He's waiting for like BSE to show their appearances and show their back to them, so he can like surround to the back and get the kills for the team. BSE just being brought very, very low. Those bursting damage from the Angela cannot be underestimated. Oh, that's super crazy. It's a very close one. Oh, but Mongyang gets it.
Yeah, Monya actually, you know, stole the Overlord from BSE.
Yeah.
And I actually, you know, find myself out of words because Impunity has performed brilliantly, like, in the game, and how to, you know, countering on BSE's strategy.
Yeah, this will be a huge mistake. Might cost like BSE this game, because you have 2 smites available to control this dragon, but you magically just been stolen up by the marksman, who even does not have a smite available on his hand. Yep. Yeah, that's a huge mistake.
And now 4 people is trying to going in, and then Zhang Fei got away luckily, and then Angela without a ultimate need to be retreat at this moment. Like, for Angela need to, you know, try to find place to ambush BSE.
Another bursting damage from Angela. Even Skin is a Xiaolun, but he cannot just magically force up this kind of damage in the late game. This is what we love about Angela, right? He's always entering you with a lot of damage in the late game, no matter what happens in the mid and the early game. As long as you have enough items, the damage are there. Very easy, very straightforward. Wow, Mai is going very deeply into the background. I think he can find the AW available with the initiation. Yeah, with Zhang Fei's ultimate, Mai dive directly to AW, but AW is kind of revived by the Sage Sentry by himself again, and by the help of Megumi, it's safe enough for AW to stay alive again.
Now we can see 1 man short from Impunity side, and then BSE definitely trying to get this turret, and then especially with Mine, probably she can find a way to cut in and then to take away Meng Ya in a second.
I think from now on, like BSE is facing a challenge is that they have no like backlines to to get rid of, because like Mengya is tanky enough all by himself. He is one of the only like marksmen we can build those armory items by himself. With the Sage Sentry, with the help of Taijin, and like in total Oppo we have 3 lives. And not to mention Angela having the extra shield offered by the ultimate. So I think that will be hard time for Xian trying to pick up the targets. Right, they get picking up Megumi, very nice move, you know, get rid of the support, get rid of the eye from Impunity, and going further deeply, maybe to the base.
And also in this way they can, with the advantages in the mid lanes, they can actually push Impunity back to the high ground, and then they can take away this second tier tower. Now they tried it. We can see they're trying their very best to move on top of the high ground tower, the turret. And then, wow, this is not good for Impunity at the moment.
Of course. I think from now on, if like X Hero can still find a perfect angle, they can possibly win. But if X Hero is kind of spotted or surrounded by, for example, Xian, I think that the damage is not enough simply by Mengya, because Mengya will gradually lose its threats as the time goes by. This is the initial building of this marksman. There's nothing wrong with the up.
In this way, like Zhang Fei already used the ultimates, they really need to take the Tempest Dragon as soon as possible. Otherwise, they won't have enough damage or skill to help them. But you know, Taiyi is moving right in. However, with the CCs from BSC is definitely creating a lot of damage, and then Alien is trying to take away Garo. However, Garo can stand up again and then took away Alien. And now it's 3-5, but we have a core damage, you know, output from BSA, and it's just way too hard for Impunities, you know, to do anything now. And with the minions now moving to the top, to the high ground. And
yeah, I think it's it. I think this will be game 1 for BSE, because they're the winner of the final team fight. So I think that Garo will be a bite. You know, he's like attract aliens' attention all the time. But as we talk about, if you compare the late game abilities of both marksmen, it just work in different ways. It's not something wrong happened to Up. It's the design of the marksman. If you compare the late game continuous damage of these two different heroes, you can see like Garo will stand a higher chance than Mengya, right? Mengya actually magically stay alive till the very end, but versus like 1 versus 3, there's no way he can possibly like win in that team fight. And even though like Garo will be targeted by X Hero, but you can see that with a Sage Sentry, he can be like brought back, standing up one more time. And by that second, I think there's nothing like X Hero can do. That's a really close one, because we can see the Tempest Dragon is actually be brought very, very low. I was wondering who is going to be the mastery of the dragon, but unfortunately at the same second, these both teams just decide, you know, from the second, we're gonna be doing this team fights instead of trying to fight for this dragon. So the dragon actually stayed there for a long time with no one even getting one more slight out attack to the dragon itself. They're just focusing on team fights, but unfortunately I think that Impunity is taking too much of the dragon damage, you know, standing in that position. That's the reason why they're losing a lot of HP as the team fights starts. So yeah, I think BSE is showing a very like sophisticated gaming styles, because they're initially losing, right? They're losing quite a lot when it comes to the jungles, when it comes to blues, and like Impunity is playing extra carefully and aggressively in the early game. They're making the invasions and actually causing like BSE a lot of a quite hard time, but they just gather around, you know, and started to fight back with the river skirmish, you know, happened in mid lane. That's the turning point, and Impunity is trying really hard to steal the dragons and make the team fights lasting to 20 minutes. But I think that the qualities of the whole composition are so different in the late game.
And we do see, you know, X Hero got a really good sense to try to get, you know, get the marksmen.
He really tries.
Yeah, he really tried, but however, at the end, because he actually got success in the first time. But however, when BSC started to be a lot more careful to protect Garo, it is really difficult for X Hero to do anything. And as you said, you know, it's really short-handed for very much all the players on the other side. And also, the Tempest Dragon was actually a really smart play. To land the Tempest Dragon, you can actually see like 3 of the heroes were actually being brought in air by the Tempest Dragon.
The Tempest Dragon is helping BSC a lot. And surprising to see that the Bomber Cat actually contributed nearly 43 or 47% of the whole team fight damage out. And even though like Garo will be staying as the target all the time, but Garo is dealt not that much of the damage as we predicted. So I think that they are putting so much attention to Garo and they're neglecting a lot of facts. For example, the Bomber Cats, those bombs are extremely like life-threatening to the backlines. So the MVP will be a word to see on the app, with no doubt. I think that turning point will be the one team fights. They actually happen in the mid lane, and the team fight will be put into 2 parts, and Zia like will be a warrior, like unstoppable warrior all the time.
Yep, and also we can see Mane has been, you know, farming really stably throughout the whole game, and also they can actually find a really good timing to enter the battlefield and enter the team fight. So as we can see here, you know, entering the team fight and then take away the main players, and that's why, you know, he is the MVP of this game.
Yeah, and I love the idea that you can usually always like see the for example, coordination from the support and the top lane, you know, top side laners. You can always see that once by the second that Jumpy used ultimate to initiate, and it will be soonly followed by like this Mai's entrance. So yeah, I think that it will be a MVP quality performances in this match. Yeah, this will be the last one. That nobody is giving any attention to the Dragons. They're just simply started in the team fight soon.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the Tempest Dragon, you know. It's like wandering around in the pit, and then nobody actually look at him again. But you can see how much damage Garo can cause at the later stage of the game.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes we simply assume that one warrior will be a backline destroyer to their side. But by the rewind of that highlight clip, we can see that this Mai not only is a nightmare to the backline, but he's also pushing back all the backlines away so that Garo can be safe enough, surrounded by the backlines, giving protection, enough vision, and enough like environment to deal the damage to their opponent. So it really works well. You can see the harmony, you know, they are corresponding with one another for the entire team. Yeah, I think that BSC is showing enough and deep enough, so like very solid bond with one another so that they can like make those impossible happens on the actual game.
Yeah, you don't really see like miscommunication happen like by the act of BSC. So, you know, this is the good thing, and this is what surprised me a lot, as I mentioned before, like 4-month-old team.
Yes.
Like really young club they established, and with such a mature and the like how familiar they are with this with Honor of the Kings as a game. So that's what surprised me a lot.
I think that maybe their esports club has just been established for a few months, but I think that this kind of player, very young, talented player, they may be like quite familiar with the game for several months or extra months. So yeah, gives them enough like understanding and comprehension of each single hero. They are so familiar with the amount of the damage they can put on the opponent, and also they know exactly what kind of their laning opponent heroes are doing to them, so they can just make sure that what will be the main purpose and the main time to go in and going out again. But yeah, one thing they can like do better is that, for example, they're trying to invade, they're trying to take down the turrets. They have to pay attention to the bushes. Let your frontliner to do this. Let your whole eye to shine up the unknown vision for you, so you do not need to face those unknown dangers all by yourself. For example, like Zhang Huang is being ambushed right there. It's a very important fact. Sometimes a lot of very good teams lose because of this.
And like obviously Shaolin is really good at ambushing
yes, of
course. His enemy. So Zhi Hong should be a lot more careful. But like for game 2, we do want to see how BSC will maintain their winning synergies in the game. And now we can see Da Qiao has been picked out by Impunity. So just now, now we start to wonder that which lane Da Qiao will go to. And then for BSC, Lady Sun as the marksman, and then Tai Yi will be the support, the ordinary traditional OG compositions. And then for the Impunity, we see Fu Zi to be picked out. So it could be a possibility to see Impunity got the double warrior compositions in this game.
Yeah, but after like watching match 1, game 2, you will always leave some rooms and spaces for Impunity. If they make this wins to the mages, you have to be extra careful. If like BSC is looking forward to getting to those confrontations, they have to get rid of those very useful, for example, jungler and supports. Let's see whether BSC is ready for the battle. But I think that Lady Sun and Tai Yizhen, this kind of duel is quite old-fashioned, because we always see this kind of duel happen to go facing and countering back to Impunity using Da Qiao's system. But I think in this current meta, what we are expecting to see is this kind of choices. Xiangyu, very good, very popular choices. Have a lot of abilities to make sure that your enemy cannot just use a teleportation to be on and off all the time. Very good strategy. And Monkey will be chosen maybe from Impunity's side, a very tanky hero, especially in the mid game. But I think that it really depends on how like Impunity is getting started, because if you have enough golden vision, that this monkey can be everywhere and very, very difficult to be just getting rid of. Very super tanky.
So basically, Mankey will be the jungler.
Yes,
and
of course.
From Da Qiao in the support place, and then so basically Fu Zi or Charlotte will be at the farm lanes confronting Lady Sun and Tai Yi.
Yeah. And mostly we're going to be seeing those lanings with Fu Zi and Da Qiao together going against Lady Sun and Tai Yizhen at the same time. And they're leaving those solo battles to X0 and Xian, that Charlotte versus Xiangyu. And Charlotte has always get the idea. So instead of using a flash, this kind of choices when it comes to personal skills will make Charlotte even tankier with like those solo battles. So Impunity is losing 1 point for BSE, so they have to get everything they can possibly have for them, trying to make this BO to a tie so that they can win 1 point back. Because from now on, like before everything started today, like Impunity ranks number 2 in Group A by winning 1, draw 1, so all adds up 4 points in total. They really need to be careful, because they are losing. If they're losing, it gives up BSE a lot of advantages in leading in the ranking board.
Yep, and also we can see for the I do look forward to see how Megumi will play the Da Qiao, because Da Qiao has always been a really familiar hero for Megumi.
Yes, of course.
And then we can see, Lady Sun is in the mid lanes to create pressures to the to Impunity, and then to this is actually a really common play in this batch, to have the marksmen to start a fight in the mid lane in the beginning of the game.
some rotations initially, trying to gain the mid lane priority, because you cannot simply just let Fuzi goes into the mid. You have to stay on the bottom side. It's a smart choices, I would say. Normally, we will just simply see like Gong Sun Li goes into the mid instead of to the bottom, but sometimes it also works at the same time, because you have the accompaniment by Tai Yizhen. You're not losing a lot of those extra gold soldiers on the bottom side. You can always just trying to catch back.
Yep, now we can see Mankey is helping out with Charlotte, and definitely we might see some fights on the top lane with the component, and then Jing coming in and then try to create lots of damage to Mankey, but let's see. Right, and King is moving away.
Yes.
So, but by saying that Mankey's HP bar is still relatively larger than Jing in the game.
You know, the tankiness of Monkey is sometimes depending on the accumulation of the active, the energy bar, the yellow bar below its HP bar. You know, sometimes if that energy is completely full, it will be like super tanky mode, but his tankiness will be gradually like lower and reduced once this energy fades away. So if you really want to be a very good monkey player, you have to make sure that every single second you can accumulate the energy enough so that you can give yourself a tankier body to shield those damage up front.
Exactly.
OBSE is playing very smoothly. You know, they're basically giving JR a lot of room for farm ops, like nearly 2,000 till this point. He's basically having sharing 2 lanes in one row. He's giving those acceleration all the time, from the top to the mid, from the mid to the top, going back and forth all the time, enjoying the economy. And right now 2,000.2. Yeah, it's speeding up. It's farming up quite peacefully.
Yeah, this is actually really good for Lady Sun to farm up, because for Xi at the mid lane, she is not those type of hero that needs a lot of gold.
Yes,
so she can actually share the gold to Lady Sun. So at the moment we do see 2,300 of gold for Lady Sun. If she continue to roll like a snowball, then the damage from BSA will be significant for Impunity to bear.
Impunity really have to put a stop sign for this. Oh, they wanted to initiate, but unfortunately missed the target. The ultimate with the flash didn't really make that happen, but unfortunately Xiaoling followed in stun too, but there's no falling out damage. Just imagine if Fuzi get on the ultimate right on JR. I think that the team fight will be much way more interesting.
And then you will now see how the gold will roll started from this point. And also I don't think Impunity is using Fuzi and Da Qiao as effective as what it should be.
Yeah, I think one reason I was kind of worried for BSE, for JR and to enjoy 2 lanes is that if you are making a very clear move, you're traveling around with the mid lane to the bottom lane. So your enemy is knowing that they have a full picture of your movement routes. They're gonna be there the next time you want to goes to the mid lane. So yeah, that's the reason why Impunity are ambushing right there, trying to use the ultimate together with the flash to make that happen. But yeah, one thing they're missing is that the accuracy of the ultimate is just slightly low.
And now the top turrets, with 2 Xiangyu and also Jing, it's really hard for Charlotte to defend. But now you can see with the CC from Zhao Jun, but Tai really smart move to fight back, and also everyone is coming down to the mid lane, and Megumi vanished into thin air immediately.
Well, key initiation, the entrance of Xian really opens up this entire game. I think that this Xiangyu is doing whatever he can do, and look at that, magically survived after absorbing every single damage from Impunity's members, getting the first blood to the team. But unfortunately, like Impunity, they're losing the support, but the jungler is still remaining a full HP and full mana state, so they have their hands on this Overlord, trying to make some exchanges with their enemy. They're catching up with one another quite closely, I would say. But BSE has already getting their hands and their footsteps deeply into the jungles. Once again, getting initiated on Fuzi. I think Jin Hong can basically sacrifice himself for the team. All he needs to do is, to initiate during the team fights. You do not need to stand close to the wave. You do not need to take those economy in. What a sad story for the current meta. The mages are not getting any better.
And like this is the team fight with Xiang Yu. I feel sorry for Megumi because he stood right in front of Xiang Yu.
Yeah. I think after game 1, BSE is gradually getting those advantages, They're gradually building up the confidence, and right now they're just make things happen because they have already succeeded in getting this Lady Sun a lot of damage in the first place. 5.2k, that's very important, and that's already, I would say, enough for Lady Sun right now to deal the damage. Look at the top side for surrounding too, even though Megumi have the ultimate, while it be ready, and no, I think it will be too late because Old Master, this Fuzi has already been fallen down. One more time, Megumi will be the next target, even though he used the Purify, but I think it's not right there yet. Like, Megumi cannot escape one more time for his life.
Yep, and basically you have like 6,000 gold for JR, and also another around 7,000 Ks for King on the Jin. Jin, it's really difficult for Impunity to take on the damage now, and also we do see the reason to use Fuzi and Da Qiao composition is to create a really fast pace to tear down the turrets on the opponent. But however, now the overall advantages has disappeared.
Yeah, I think the mechanisms could be working. This BP, this composition is not that bad, but Impunity is getting to their becoming like this is because there's some misperformance maybe by UP. Just imagine if they can get the ultimate clear on target, the consequence till this phase will be completely different. Yeah.
But very dangerous for Mankey, but luckily, Mankey still got the turret, got the tyrant.
I think maybe UP is quite nervous, or maybe it's not that familiar because it's been a while since the last time UP is playing this Fuzi. Yeah, it can be either reasons. But it's a very sad story, for Impunity. I think they could have played better if they are better prepared for this.
But now, Jin got
this one is good. As he just on 3 people, the damage one to be followed by BSE's members. BSE Russian and JR is quite safe and sound, still waiting for the resurrection of the teammates. Yeah, this will be one way to make sure that even though you're getting surrounded, even though the Jin is being locked up by Fuzi's ultimate, but with the help of Taijin, you can always make sure that you can be resurrected again. But this one, good one.
Can actually see the damage done by Lady Sun.
Yeah.
Almost 8k, and then Jin already 8k. I actually feel quite worried for Impunity now, because you can see how fast on the minimap that BSE is moving towards their enemy.
I think that Impunity, they will be enduring a lot of very difficult tasks if they really wanted to fight back, because from a glimpse of their composition, you can see no bursting damage is right there. You know, you really need those bursting damage needed trying to bring one member down from BSE, or otherwise you're going to be facing a lot of trouble, because those bursting damage, those amount of the damage from BSE, you can not just simply imagine. Maybe just one single minor simple auto attack from JR, you have to go back to your base. This is how crazy the damage will be from JR if you give Lady Sun this kind of damage. Look at this, it's Charlotte. It's supposed to be a frontliner from their composition.
So it's like, you know, the amount of HP that, but now we can see, you know, Daqiao and Fuzi really good compositions together, and then to tear down the turrets as much as possible.
Yeah, this is the only way. It could stall them some time.
Yeah. And for Lady Sun, the damage is just basically unstoppable.
I mean, once Lady Sun have enough items, if we're talking about the time that the damage from Lady Sun actually goes upline, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah. You know, when Charlotte is taking on Lady Sun's damage, it feels like, you know, Charlotte is like a mage.
Yes. He's supposed to be the frontliner. He's supposed to be the tank. Not the tank, I mean at least warrior, you know. You're not supposed to be killed within 3 seconds.
Yep.
It's not reasonable, this kind of damage. Wow, JR, Daybreaker ready. Very, very hard for Impunity.
Yeah,
It's only
and then...
fault. Wow, again.
Wow.
Like this Zhaojun just suddenly like vanished from the entire map. He had the Splendor ready, but he does not even have 1 minor seconds trying to respond to this. He does not have the time he needed to use the Prickler, to use the Splendor. It's not working. The damage are just there. Alright.
Right.
Completely outnumbering.
We can see, well, X-Hero, not X-Hero, we can see Up definitely wants to do something with the Fuzi and they get a control on Lady Sun. But, you know, everyone is protecting Lady Sun, and they learned their lesson from last game. So now, with the damage from Lady Sun, it's really difficult for Impunity to guard. So congratulations to BSE, like 3 wins in a row in Group A for BSE.
Yeah, I think that this game at BSC is like pure perfection. It does not, they are not making any kind of mistakes, and they're gonna be there every single second. They are achieving their goals starting from the very beginning of the game. They're giving Lady Sun enough economy, enough vision, so that this Lady Sun can enjoy basically 2 lanes of the waves of the soldiers. So what really matters is that I think that obviously Impunity can do better, because you know what to do, but you're just 1 step close to be actual like getting that the action in your imaginary, like being on place. You really have to perform better when it comes to personal performances. I think, yeah, Fuzi really needs to be more accurate with ultimate, and if you're losing a lot, just to make sure that you need to get on and initiate like actively, as long as at least you have like 5 members. From the last team fight, you can see that the mid laner, like Zhaojun, is still in the countdown trying to be revived again, but Fuzi just went in deeply 1 versus 5 trying to initiate. It's not rational. It's a not rational decision. I think they're losing themselves a bit. But yeah, trying to recover from this.
Yep, and also we do see, you know, sometimes when Fuzi and Daqiao is moving together, they found themselves in like a dilemma. They want to go to steal some talents, but however, you know, their teammate, like probably this could be some miscommunication within the team.
Yep.
Because we do see other 3 members are trying to start a fight, or at least try to defend some of the talents from BSE. However, Fuzi and Daqiao is actually moving like they wants to go to the top liner and then they wants to come back to help to protect and guard the turret. They need to make clean and resolute decisions.
Yes, of course.
When they are trying to do this game.
Like, decisiveness is super important when you're playing in the game and when you're actually getting to the partners of the composition. Because like if you are quite losing in the game, you have to be extra decisive when it comes to how to protect yourself, how to trying to earn more gold to your cores, and trying to brought this game into the actual like 20 minutes where the Tempest Dragon actually spawned. So if you are way losing, but you're finding like a lot of ideas are like just bumping up at the same second, it will be costing you like far a lot of time trying to decide what will be a best way. Have to figure out within seconds. I think, yeah, dilemma situation will be granted to the winner side, not the losing side, All right, the MVP will be granted to Zhihong. Yeah, very nice movement, very nice understanding. He's given every single wave to the Lady Sun, but at the same time, he is not taking any economy, but at the same time, he's doing a lot of great initiation skills.
So now we can see, Zhihong, a really good mid lane player, and also, in other games we do see Zhihong will play a type of more aggressive mid lane heroes like Mai and also like Sangguan. But however, from this game we can actually see he plays those assistance hero in a really good way as well.
Yes. Oh, he is making this food like headaching all the time.
Yep, and now we can see, the damage done by Lady Sun. You see?
Yeah, very good play.
Yep.
Quite surprised.
And obviously, and look, as you said, like Fuzi waited in the bush. But to be honest, when he saw that the teammates are actually falling down, he shouldn't really stay in the bush for that long. And then he can actually go back to the confront lane and then back to the base and to see whether he can do anything. At least to have the control on any of the heroes on top of the high ground will be better than doing those irrational decisions.
I think that positioning is good, but you need to take into consideration if you really want to fight back, you have to wait at least for Charlotte to have enough items, or for the cores, or for Wang Zhaojing to be alive. That will be some certain things. In fact, you have to wait before you actually want to initiate, right? All right, I think that BSE is still giving us a lot of room to be expect, because they are winning 3 wins in 1 row, which means they are having a quite fixed placement in the Group A ranking board. And right now we are still waiting for the 3rd match to begin, and we will be taking a short break.
Yep, and then see you guys later in Game 3.
息善意。
Sure, is gonna use that flash, but here comes Nova. Wait, it's gonna jump in. It's gonna fall down, and the combination of those players are working so well together. And here, Dion.
断魔
Another
微
kill,
反，
double kill.
恶缘无色，空亦非空。你真的会用这玩意儿吗？
Oh, that is gonna be a close call. He
需
get
要帮
on
忙吗
top. Instead, actually getting G
继续
time.
前
That's
进
a great push. And getting anyone
开
was
弓
great. And MMA putting the hammer on the nail. Getting those kills. Here comes Lupa number 7 with the such a
继续行进
great.，
让让，需要帮忙吗？无事发生。
这不是神经病，是理想。
Smart knockup. And Luna is gonna come in with
变
a
身吧！
Here is gonna be a janitor from Channel. That could be a triple kill, maybe a quadra kill,
早就
maybe
知道
not.
你有问题，怕不怕？混蛋！
Now that is what happened. What the flash, the double kill, and this is the counter strike. Triple kill on Juan. What an outplay here. MS Kim doing a lot of damage. And that is what I'm talking about. RTC fighting back. And still on the run. Byron getting that double kill. Well, this is going to be double for RTC. Triple kill on Byron.
先吃我一锤！璀璨的破灭。 我们来比划比划。
Hello, welcome back. Great to see you guys. I'm today's commentary king.
Here is Andy. You can call me Anway as well.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean the time runs really fast, like 9:20. Match 3 already. RTZ and Scars. These will be the 4 teams. I mean, the original 6 teams, right? In the regular season. Phase 1 and Phase 2, it will be a second time for them trying to bump with one another. I think they're very familiar with one another, RTZ and Scars.
Yeah, basically they have to fight each other once again.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then for Scars, I think for this season they somehow made quite a lot of adjustments. And then also some of the compositions and synergies has been changed compared with before.
Yeah, I think RTZ and Scars, I have some old impression of them, but I find those old impression and my old memories of those teams are completely changed in this current season. So I still remember, like, from Honor of Kings Asian Wave Season 1, these 2 teams are not like this. I think Scars is more like, you know, we have to pay attention to the late game. We're not aggressive. We have to make sure that our marksmen stay alive all the time. What we wanted to do is that making the game to the late game so that we will be safe enough so that our marksmen will have full items, and that will be the minute we want to fight back. But starting from the season, I think that this kind of gaming style are completely changing. I can see some early game and mid game invasion from them, and they actually wanted to do, you know, become more powerful, become more aggressive in early game. I like this kind of changes for one team.
Obviously, RTZ has been changing, you know, completely in the opposite way. And basically, we do see, you know, especially from the beginning stage, like last stage of season 2, I don't see RTC played in like a more of an aggressive way. they will stretch the game into in the late game stage, just like we can see the data comparison. You know, the total gold, both of the teams are very similar.
Yeah.
So for Scars, as you mentioned, they are a lot more proactive, like in this game. But they found themselves sometimes, like that's from my own my personal opinion. Like sometimes they found difficult to end the game.
Yes.
Especially at the later stage.
And you can see like the total gold, the total kills of the Dark Tyrant is quite like a shortage from Scars. It's not because they're lacking some aggressiveness, I would say. I think that they're finishing every single game quite shortly comparing with RTZ. So RTZ can do those very long time team battles with you. So if they're losing initially, they'll stop to play extra passively, you know. They're letting a lot of neutral objectives to their opponent, but just maintaining the lowest and, you know, maintenance for them to keep themselves alive. It's not enough. They're just waiting for the right moment to fight back. They're not rushy. I like the idea of this. I like the rationalness. I like the idea that they know how to protect themselves when they're losing in the game. So I think that if you are comparing different gaming style with one another, like these two teams are very typical. Like they are going on with one another. It's like one soldier using a sword trying to step further, and another soldier is holding a shield, you know, trying to protect themselves for a little bit. So who is going to be the winner really depends on how they execute on their strategies and composition. So I think that either team stand a great chance. 50-50 to me.
And both totally agree, because both of the teams are not those kind of, you know, trying to start like a street fight team. Like everything can be happen in a sudden. It's not like in the beginning you will see such a huge lead in gold and like that kind of stuff. So in this phase that we can see the Bomber Cat, Da Xiao, Jing, and Mai, they has been picked as put on the banned position. So
yeah, this is quite different, huh? Quite different with the early like 2 matches.
Yep. And now they have actually Sun Bing from RTZ, so not sure what RTZ would like to do, because we just mentioned RTZ is more like a operational game, like a team will make the game a lot more longer, but with Sun Bing to speed up the pace. So I'm just wondering whether RTZ will actually create a fast pace in this game or not.
I think that RTZ is choosing the first hero, for example, Sun Bing, according to their own gaming styles. They want to stall the game. They wanted to make sure that they have a lot of room to make simple mistakes. So I think that Sun Bing will be a very perfect choice, suits them the most, RTZ. And like see the side of Scars answering with quite aggressiveness, you know, during the laning, during the team fights, they can initiate, they have double lives, they can have a lot of mobilities when it comes to the marksman. They have Gong Sun Li, who can perform very well during the laning, like Autumn. I was really familiar with this hero, with this player, because he's been representing Scars for a long time, at least 1 year to now. So yeah, you are a audiences watching our streaming all the time, you'll be fully understanding like Autumn is that main core from Scars.
And also by choosing like Gong Sun Li, in a way, it's better than Lady Sun, because we do see Zhao Jun on the other side. She can always create a relatively high damage for AoE skills, and so for Gong Sun Li, she can avoid to face those kind of AoE damage like in the game.
Yes. Like the idea that like Scars is trying to speed up for a little bit. They're trying to grab those mid-game advantages and make it into actual invasion into the jungles, into the other side of the map.
Yep.
So as well.
Yep. And by RTZ bending away Yixing, so in this way nobody can stop them. At least you know Yixing's not the Yixing's cage. So nobody can stop them. They can move like in the map in a higher like mobility perspective. And then Scars got Miyamoto, as you mentioned, and also they have Ganjiang Moye, which we see. This is the third time for tonight.
Yes.
We see Ganjiang Moye, so a really long arm to poke the back of RTZs. So hopefully RTZs can avoid the Ganjiang Moye's attack, and also with Sun Bing's ability to regain the HP, hopefully RTZ can start fight in a more effective way.
Yeah, it's like a sword versus a shield, you know.
Yep.
I think that the CC chains, the CC combos are strictly needed and strictly demanded from Scars if they really want to win. If they have to perform like perfect chains with one another, because if there's some part losing during the team fights, you will find yourself gradually being kiting away from RTZ, because they have the Sun Bing, right, with the acceleration, with the speeding up, with the time goes by for a little bit, their HP bars will remain healthy enough, and they have the mages as Zhao Jin, that super AoE damage, those crowd control chains are right there. So I think that Scars have to show us a very strictly, connected combo chain so that they can perform better during the team fights, or otherwise it might be a problem, because the Sun Bing will be super powerful as the time goes by.
Yep. So we have RTC on the blue side, trying to, create some of the burdens and pressures to Ganjiang Moye and also to Taiyi. And obviously we do see the beginning, like the damage from the beginning phase of RTC is actually better. And especially with the Sun Bing's time bomb.
Well, I was kind of surprised to see like RTC manage to get Marksman as a Fawn, because I don't think that Fawn is a very meta choice in current like gaming meta. Because still, even though he might have the Twilight Bolt, but I think the range of attack is still quite short for this kind of marksman to actually perform like well during the late game team fights. You are easily targeted even though you have the dashes by the second ability and you have the flash, but sometimes you still find yourself surrounded by the enemy. So I think that there still remains a lot of marksmen available for RTZ, but I think maybe Sun is more confident and more comfortable with the choice of Fawn. And let's see whether it's chemistry there.
Yep, just exactly as you mentioned. Also, to use Fawn, there is they do have a better opportunities to tear down the turrets in a more effective way.
Yeah, I do understand this choice, because maybe they're quite afraid of being the target of Miyamoto Musashi, right? So with the 2 dashes available with Fawn, I think if you are targeted, you're just safe enough. Use this as like 2 dashes to go back for a little bit and keep yourself safe enough. Yeah, this was one way, but if you're picking this Fawn, you're definitely gonna be losing during the laning, because your opponent is gonna.
So now we can see, Scars has been quite aggressive on the confirm lane, especially with Miyamoto is trying to help out Xiaohou. And now Xiaohou is moving to the mid lane, and then moving into the jungle areas. So now, we do. I really want to see how Fang can create a advantages in the beginning with the turret. And now we can, basically everyone's in level 4 now, and fight can happen in any second.
I think like RTZ and Scars, I do not think like those strong suits when it comes to initiation. I think that Scars might be coming first-handed, but they really need to pick the correct location and correct time, or otherwise I think that their initiation when it comes to team fights will not be working. I think that the laning phase is still continues, because RTZ is not giving up in either lane, and even though Scars is making some moves, but there's not like enough like strong way trying to initiate badly for RTZ. Silver is getting pulled back by Zhao Huaizhen, but it's a tank, so he can go away.
But like in this way, can definitely see how Miyamoto and also Xiaohodun would like to initiate a fight because the clear advantages from Scars. However, as just say, like the timing is really important. At the moment, the turret has been defeated by Zhao Huaizhen.
Yes.
So now, I can see, Scars, especially with Xiaohodun, try to, move from lane to lane. But it's just that, hard for him to look for a time to start the fight.
Yeah, like I think that Scars is quite cornered right there. They know what to do, they really want to initiate, but they just cannot simply find the correct time by themselves. And skirmish are happening on the top, the two sides of the maps, but RTZ is clearly losing in either one. So Scars is picking one more kill to their side. It's a 1 versus 2 trade, and Scars, they're hiding in front of the turrets initially, but find a way to break through. And right now they're surrounding one more member from Sun Sun, using the second one more dash to dodge away, and Shaw is using the ultimate to protect himself one more time.
And you see, for Fang, it is now a good time for him to establish an advantage because now with the marksmen on the top of the top lane, so now Fang can pull down the first tier tower, the first tower, the first turret, on the farm lane, and then to move to the top.
Fight back. RTZ is actually one to take down the turrets, right? But it's Shaw discovered one loophole, travel through the distance and using the second ability, using the extra hands, trying to get closer to RTZ's backlines. And that will be the moment where they strive back and get the first blood to the team. But something magically happened because Autumn is changing, secretly changing lanes with River. So by the time that Xuan finds out, wow, the one opponent I'm doing laning up is Autumn, is Gongsun, there's nothing that he can do but simply went down one more time. Autumn is doing whatever he can do, the super core for the team, one more kill! Wow. 2 kills in 1 roll.
Yeah, I think that's the Autumn that you used to know.
Yes.
The
very familiar gaming styles. Oh, this is happening gradually, continuous surprises.
Yep, get the kill and then escape from the battlefield. A really, familiar move from Autumn.
A smooth move anyway. He's taken down Xuan, but that's not enough. He's taken 2 life with 1 turret in 1 roll by simply showing appearance on the top side. And now on, you can select 2,000 gold lead are already performed by the team, the side of Scars.
And you can actually see from the gold lead, Miyamoto and Gongsun Li all lead from in the gold. So
Yes.
basically you have 2 core damage output from Scars. And for Zhao Huaizhen to take on to create the that damage from the ultimate, at least he needs to be survived from
Yes.
from the attacks.
I think from now on, the main problem for RTZ is that they cannot possibly find one member who can be responsible and to aim at Autumn. This Gongsun Li is everywhere, and there's nothing they can do because they do not have strong suit of initiation. They do not have enough bursting damage to aim at this Gongsun Li. I think the crowd control ability are there, but it's not that enough. Or I think the only thing that can work is that RTZ, this Zhao Huaizhen, actually pulls back Gongsun Li. But it's super hard, super difficult because Gongsun Li have a lot of mobility, a lot of dashes available. And I think Autumn will not make that type of a mistake.
And now we can see the RTC actually tried to look for Miyamoto Musashi, but luckily Musashi escaped away, and so it's like a step back. But now you can see Gongsun Li still trying to farm in different area, and then going back to the confront lanes to get the gold. So it will be a huge difficulties for Fang to caught on her. But however, now she moved immediately to the mid lane, just as you said. Like she's everywhere.
Yeah, he's very hard to catch. I mean, he's using the teleportation. He's appearing from the top, but happening, and you know, the next time you found him, he will be on the bottom side. And Autumn have a lot of landing points using the umbrella, and you know, there's nothing that RTZ can do, but they're switching their side, they're switching their purpose. They get one more tier to ASD, and right now they're leading with the team fight. I think it's good. It's good enough, you know. You have to make some changes. You cannot just simply fix one core.
Now
you have to
another
find
team
a way
fight. Well, like for Scars, as just you said, like they in this season, Scars is more like a fighting type of team. They try to initiate fight all the time, look for opportunities. But however, like during this game, we do see a really good level up and also the gold farms from Gosumi. However, you know, they need to look for like team cooperation and coordinations.
Yes.
Otherwise, it will be quite difficult for them to counteract on RTZ.
But I think the time is clicking to both teams. I think RTZ. No, from the Team Scars, they should like speeding up a little bit. Oh, one step closer, trying to gain the Tyrant, and they didn't, but they cost him 2 lives. Not to mention it's Autumn and Realver, very important roles for Scars. So even though they have, you know, they are trying to fight for this dragon, but I think that the loss of 2 members are too much price to pay for this.
Yeah, and also, you know, more than 10 seconds before they come back, like the turret advantages will be gone.
RTZ is fighting back. Yeah, I think Scar spans a little bit too long, you know.
Yeah.
During the mid phase.
They
can. Oh, Menbon is very deep in the black line. Yamano Musashi still wanted to dive in very hardly with the ultimate from Taijin and naturally got revive again, but it's completely blocked up by Jiaojun's ability at the very end. 2 versus 3.
And this is the problem we mentioned before the game, that Scars, they do find themselves like, you know, changed a lot, and then also we see Autumn can, you know, play in a really good, like a familiar way with Gosumi. However, they just like what happened before, like it's hard for them to finish the game.
Yes, exactly.
So for Scars, probably they have to consider with some of the end game strategies. Other than, you know, if the time continues to stretch to the late game, you know, anything can happen. We like, to be honest, I really want to see Scars can win this game. So in this way, like they can prove themselves that, you know, they can finish the game and they have the synergies to do it.
Oh. Just one way. The second RTZ wants to get close, you can use their dashes skill. Oh, deeply, but Icon has already used the second ability. Whether it's gonna be escape, another cooldown of second ability are available for him. That's a super dangerous movement, but he make it happen. He remains silent, he remains safe enough after the full team fight happened.
And now, you know, for Scars, they have to wait a little bit to the turret, like to the Dark Lord, and to see whether they can, you know, use the advantages from the Dark Lord to push the minions and also to gain more advantages on the each lane. Because if you look at the turrets, you know, Scars is in a huge disadvantages at the moment.
I can really echo with Scars because I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to take this tier 1 turret in the mid lane for a long time, at least 8 minutes till now. But they find it very difficult because as long as Xinghan remain alive, he can easily use the ultimate to clean away that in like short, like 3 seconds. it's done, the wave will be clean. So Scars spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to get rid of the tier 1 in the mid, because they have to make sure that the entrance, this kind of turrets, is down so that they can finally get into the jungle area of RTZ, so it can manage to bring those snowballing effects going on and on. I understand completely of why they're kind of hesitating during the mid phases, but Charlotte finished the kill. Tai Yizhen went down one more time. Autumn is doing whatever he can do. Like magically appearing in everywhere, using the dashes available, getting one more kill. Charlotte went down, and right now the next target from Autumn will be the rest of the team squad from RTZ. Xinghan managed to escape, but the rest of the team members went down.
I think Sean actually make a mistake, because what happened is when Charlotte entered the blue team, she doesn't really know where to go. So immediately, like Charlotte got caught by like 3 players. So she's gone, and now we can see RTZ is back online, and then to see how they can create a better advantages in the game.
I think Autumn is doing all he can do. Like that team fight, he contributed 63% of the total damage dealt. That's a crazy data for Gongsun Li. And they're still struggling with the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. This happens a lot. Like in the past 15 minutes, we're seeing these two teams struggling during and in the middle lane, in this kind of area, beside the river, all the time.
For Autumn, he should actually try to take out Zhao Jun first. Yeah. Because for Zhao Jun, she can always use the ultimate to separate the battlefield in half.
Oh, Wilver, can he escape from the fire zone? I think it's negative, because he's completely surrounded by RTZ. Like, Shaw really tries. He's stepping in, giving him the ultimate, trying to bring himself alive again. But Xinghan is right there, waiting for the resurrection and aimed at the right target. Frozen down one more time.
Yeah, you see, RTZ, because they have Sun Bing, they can move really fast from one lane to the other.
Yeah.
And then also, Sun Bing's ability. And now you can see Charlotte is trying to get Gongsun Li away. However, the damage is not enough. However, and then Zhao Jun is not there, fast enough. And Gongsun Li, Autumn has been taken away. Now, Scars.
Yeah, this is one benefit of having Sun Bing, right? Even if you're losing one soldier on the top side, but you can always make a very fast reinforcement onto that location. And here we go, we're gonna see like RTZ's men are rushing in, trying to aim target like Autumn, but Autumn, there's nowhere to go. The only choice is trying to exchange as much as the kills to your opponent. But RTZ, as we talk about, like Sun Bing is going like more powerful as the time goes by. There's nothing you can do. And that burst damage from Autumn is quite limited till now, because 7 minutes, 18 seconds.
And you can see the damage from Fang has already gradually built up, and Yamato Massage is really difficult to take Fang away. So now, constantly Scars has been suppressed down in the game. So it's actually quite dangerous for them now.
Yeah, they're really struggling, because apart from the fact that they're leading a lot during the early game, but you can actually see they only have 2 outer tier turrets down to their side. But on the other hand, they did nothing to RTZ member and nothing to RTZ's jungle, leaving that. That's the reason why Scars right now is quite losing in the gold. They're still facing 2,000 gold deficit. That's not a thing they're expecting to. They're so fixed and so determined to take down the tier 1 turret, it's cost them too much of the time. And yeah, I think from now on, it's very hard for Scars trying to win, because like Sun Bing, they cannot just simply get rid of the Sun Bing that easily. He's moving, he's like smoothing like a fish in the water. There's nothing they can put, trying to stop Yu Hao of giving this acceleration to the rest of the team all the time.
And also the problem is for Scars, they are not willing to risk themselves to, you know, make some magical damage, magical defense items out. So in this way, when Zhao Jun is using the ultimate, it will cause a lot of AoE damage on Scar's side. So in this way, you know, it won't be a good thing for them to do.
Alright, Rover is being cornered, there's nothing he can do even though the ultimate is being used. But again, I've seen this happening one more time. Just like the exact same scenario happened just now. Fawn is being targeted, but he still has the Sage Sentry available even though he's gonna be cornered. But with the extra HP revived back by the slip hole and normal attacks, he remain magically alive after the whole team fight happened. Right now, Miyano Musashi is losing half of the HP bars and they're still facing a lot of threats by the jungles. They have to go back. Scars is facing a lot of threats. Wow.
And also you can see how fast the HP bar regain is for Fang.
The Blood Whipper, what a nice item. Designed to fun. Every single normal attack is absorbing those HP back to Song.
Yep, and now they are looking at the Tempest Dragon, and then they do have enough time for it because you have something to speed it up, and then also with such a high damage from Fang, they've got the Tempest Dragon now. Scars, they are in huge trouble.
A huge trouble indeed. I think that it will be a super hard mission, impossible for Scars trying to turn this over.
Yeah, like I feel sorry to say that, but you know, you still have like a full HP for the first turn in the mid lane.
Of course. Well, that tier 1 turret in the mid lane is what troubles them the entire 20 minutes. They are struggling, they are trying everything they can do, every single method they can possibly think of trying to get rid of this tier 1 turret, but it's not working. It's completely safely protected by RTZ, and right now RTZ is like jointly like using the dragons, trying to take down the high ground.
The thing is that, you know, Scars should really, you know, change their strategy immediately because they do know that, you know, Zhao Jun's ultimates can clean the minions in a really fast pace. So they can actually, you know, change their strategies to aim at other lanes' turrets.
And Anfon as well, he have to figure out one way. You know, you cannot always go in from the head, from fast forward from your enemy. You have to make the route maybe goes from the back. Will be a better way for Miyama Musashi trying to get close to the back lines, or otherwise come from the front is not working.
Right. 3 high ground towers has been pulled down by RTZ, and then, you know, there's just nothing, very much nothing Scars can do now. They have been very much restrained by, like in their high ground.
Now the 3 lanes, those waves are exchanging to the super soldiers, which means that we'll be having a tankier waves and like higher damage wave than ever from the side of RTZ. And from now on, what RTZ need to do is that wait for their super soldiers to grow and wait for the next round of the Tempest Dragon, because they have fun. As long as fun is alive, they can clean the dragon really, really fast.
Yep. So basically they can, I was about to say they can take their time, but obviously they're not trying to take their time.
I mean, this is definitely one mistake, you know. By this kind of very important key point, you are showing appearance like Miyamoto Musashi is right there, you know, cleaning the ways with every single ability you have, while River is being spotted. So the 2 threats are completely in the dark, in the brightness from RTZ. So RTZ can just simply going forward.
Yep, the second round of Tempest Dragon is out, and then they're trying everything to take down the Tempest Dragon, and also with Zhao Jun's ultimate, like separating the battleground, and then Zhao Huaizhen still got the Tempest Dragon, and now Fang still alive. with Rivers gone, and then they're chasing after the other 3 members, and then basically...
Wow, double kill already. I think he's looking for the triple, even though Miyamoto Musashi is aiming at the target, but with a Sage Sentry available, I think he can still revive the base, but the Super Soldiers set stop to the entire game. 20 minutes and 54 seconds is needed for RTC to become the winner of the game 1. No one is even paying attention to the Super Soldiers.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we were actually looking at the fight, but the Super Soldiers did a lot of work. And seriously, you know, for Scarf, they really need to consider what the strategies they can do, or they can, you know, execute after 8 minutes. Because obviously, you know, 8 minutes was actually like a turning point. Because before 8 minutes, Gongsun Li had farmed in a really healthy way. But after that, you know, Autumn found difficult to, you know, make efficient damage on to the other side.
Yeah, exactly. I think that how to execute your strategy during the mid phases will be one lesson needed to be learned by Scars. So they can do extremely well during the laning, but they tend to lose focus. They tend to lose direction when at times got to 8 minutes to 15 minutes. I think they are having a very easy understanding of the game, is that if we want to start to do snowball, the first target, the first thing to do is that we have to take down the turrets, and this is what they are doing. They're getting the bottom tier 1 in the very first place, and their second step is going to the top lane, right, with the Gongsun Li grab double kills on the top side. That's their best time situation in the game 1. And after taking down 2 tier 1 turrets on the side lanes, they decided, wow, our next move is gonna be the first tier 1 turret in the middle lane, and that's what will be the questionable decision, because your enemy, your opponents have Zhao Jun, have the ultimates available, and they surround with each other. Zhao Jun and Fan adding together, they clean the wave too fast.
And you know, to be honest, when we look at Gongsun Li, because Gongsun Li can move in a really fast pace, with the huge, high mobility. So if she can move from lanes, from the top lanes to bot lanes a lot more, at least probably she can do more damage to the tier 2 towers from confront lanes and farm lanes. So ignore the mid lanes a little bit first to poke from the both lanes during the games. That's what Gongsun Li can actually do with the high mobility. Otherwise, they are not utilizing Gongsun Li in a more efficient way.
Yeah, I think that you can always go into the jungle, start trying to initiate the team fights by other methods. You know, you do not need to take down the towers so that you can finally get ambushed and finally get the invasion happen. And I think that Amphon as well, this Miyamoto Musashi, instead of cleaning the dragon, instead of putting up the waves, you have to make clear moves, you know, playing more aggressively, trying to tell the entire team, you know, what's your next move's gonna be. I think Autumn is taking too much responsibility. He have to do the laning, he have to pick the kills, he have to act like the assassin, he have to take care of the waves. There's too many responsibility, too many tasks for Gongsun Li to take part in. I think Miyamoto Musashi really needs to stand up for a little bit, you know, taking more credits to the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Because during, I remember about 7 minutes to 8 minutes, or around 9 minutes, when we look at the dashboard, we do see the gold between Miyamoto Musashi and Gongsun Li were actually similar, in a really close, similar way. And well, but before we talking about that, congratulations to Zhao Jun, Xin Han, with the MVP. Really good use of Zhao Jun. We can actually see he can always separate the battlefield and also provide a lot of good assistance to his teammate.
Yes, exactly. I think when the time 6 to 10 minutes and 10 to 15 minutes. This 5 minutes in total, nothing happened. They're simply just one wave, Scars rushing in, RTZ cleaning it, finish it, and find a chance of reover, frozen it, froze down, kill getting resurrected by Tai Yizhen's ultimate, and once again getting killed one more time from RTZ. This kind of situation happens all the time, at least three times in one roll. And yeah, as to late game team fights, I think that Miyamoto Musashi can pick a better position than just simply going from the front. Yeah, that's what really matters.
And like once you have Zhao Jun on the other side, you really need to be very careful of her ultimates, and also for Miyamoto Musashi, because using it as a jungler, so you should actually make more of like assault at the back, and especially aiming at targets like Zhao Jun. To take Zhao Jun away, at least you can help the whole team to push the lanes in a much more smoother way.
Yes. In the late game, as the whole composition gradually fade out, like Scars is just becoming like even more vulnerable than ever. And I think the Super Soldier, the main purpose of Super Soldier is just closed up this game sooner. But I think the results still stay the same, even though the Super Soldier is not there. I think after picking up those team fights, definitely RTC is gonna win, and they're gonna be pulling off their waves in either lanes, because they have 3 waves of the Super Soldier. It's gonna be the win. They're gonna be the winner of the game 1. So yeah, I think that obviously the 2 games, they have completely different gaming styles, as we mentioned and predicted earlier before the BP actually goes on. And yeah, I think the playing styles and the BP are exactly the same as we predicted, but how they execute, I think Scars can do a better job than this one, obviously.
So yeah, and Scars should really now do some like a revisions immediately with the game just stand, and then to pick a more of a stable like a composition for the final games. So at least they can have a game back, and then try to have a tight for their game, like for their matches today.
Let's see the game 2.
Yep. And well, we are in the banning phases. Obviously, Scars try to bend out the support heroes, which can create speed and also gold lead in the team. And then we got Sun Bing and then Jing being put on the ban picks. So not much of a speed can provide to the opponent. So now we have Bomber Cats from Scars, a really usual pick from the as a mid lane player, and for Luban Master from RTZ. So probably we might see the father and son, the father and son composition. But will they lock down? Oh, all right, okay. The father.
Obviously, we have a lot of substitutes in this current meta, because we always see like Luban with a Huangjong instead of a Luban number 7, because strictly talking, I think that Luban number 7's late game damage is okay, of course, obviously, but sometimes during the mid phases, I think Huangjong will be a better choice, because of if you consider the area of the attacks, right? He can have a huge AoE damage, and by the second he used the ultimate, he will be extra tanky. But I think that it really depends on how the players are feeling. You can choose either heroes, because you have to make sure that the choices you made will be the more confident one. I think if they like the Luban and Luban number 7 pair more, it's worth trying. It's worth going for.
And also for the mid lane, a really good pick for Yixing, so to have Yixing restrict the mobility of KAW, and then also as long as Yixing can cage in the heroes, then Luban number 7 can create a relatively high damage to those heroes.
Yeah. Yeah, Scars, it's just like game 1. They are still quite fixed and quite determined with getting those very aggressive laning duels or laning heroes. Shimengshi is a perfect choice because you're setting out Luban pairs, so you have to be prepared. You know, you need to get those heroes who can deal a lot of AoE damage to the backlines, like ignoring the frontliners. You can always count this on Shimengshi all the time, because sometimes if you're having Injun or Genjan and Moya, you're find your abilities and your swords and your damage getting like blocked by the frontliners, but Shimengshi's damage you cannot just find a possible way to dodge, because it's coming from the top to the bottom. It's like a rain, you know, you cannot just put an umbrella on your top.
Yep. So what we like, the problem like for Scars now, like also for them picking out Mankey and also Lianpo, all right, so they're using Luna.
Wow. Luna,
and,
good choice.
Well, that's not saying that's a surprising pick, but for Mfang to use Luna he doesn't use Luna that much, right?
Yes. And I think that the choices of Luna, I think it's okay, because I do not see a lot of combo chains, right? A lot of initiation skills coming from RTZ. But if you take consideration into this Byron and Yixing, I think that if Anfeng does not have a very full mastery of Luna, he will be constantly, you know, getting knocked up. Those minor CC chains are gonna be a problem for Luna trying to make a way, you know, traveling around through the crowd. Because they have a lot of very solid picks, and I think that this Luna can be exchanged with a lot of heroes.
Yeah, and so just saying that, you know, Luna, the hero needs a lot of blue buff. So the problem is that if Luna can, as you said, if Mfeng is not as familiar as Luna's skill set, then it's quite difficult for him to make any impact to RTZ. And also, if you look at RTZ at the moment, the tankiness of RTZ is a lot higher than Scars. And especially with the tankiness combined with the damage from Bayern and Xiahou can be tremendous.
Exactly. I think that Scars is not giving themselves any room to make mistakes. You know, they're trying to push themselves to the upper limit, I think, because I still think that those Luna choices, they must be very like super confident with Anfeng's Luna playing, so that he comes up with this kind of answering to the entire game. And RTZ, I think the whole composition just fits so well, because from my own perspective, I think Byron and Xiahou can act as two strong suits to initiate, and also at the same time they're like the two very powerful frontliner for the game. And not to mention Yu Hao can always give the vision to Luban number 7 and extra dash to Luban number 7, making Luban 7 a very mobile hero as well. So I think from the starting line and RTZ's composition, I really prefer this kind of like super tanky 3 frontliners and 2 very important roles as a backlines.
What I really concerned from Scar's pick is that if somehow RTZ can achieve the upwind situations and circumstances, then it will be really difficult for Scars to even stretch the game into the later stage.
Yes.
But we need to see how Luna performs. I actually look forward to see from Luna.
Yeah, I think if Scars really wins, I think Luna is gonna be a key hero, you know, because apart from Luna, you can see that only the damage from Kia and Shimengshi is not enough to finish and trying to poke away those HP bars from the 3 frontliners. their damage is gonna be diminished during the team fights. Luna needs to stand out, being a threat to Sun's Luba number 7. Or this Luba number 7 is gonna become invincible all the time.
Yep. So now we can definitely see RTZ is trying to have Luba number 7, farm up, just as the previous game. But obviously, you can see Sean is moving a lot more with the Byron from the confront lane to the mid lane. But now you can see, Luna jumps straight into the cage of Yixing.
Super low in the HP, and Yuhao does not want to let Luna go with the splash, with the visibility getting closer to Luna, getting the first blood to RTZ. I think the team fights benefits RTZ more than Scars.
Absolutely, and also when Luna can actually move from the lane to lane in a really fast pace. So in a way, you shouldn't really use the teleportation flower from the top to the bot lane, because once RTC realized Luna is coming down, Yixing straight away will use the cage to trap Luna into the area.
The mechanism of the teleportation portal is that once you're using the teleportation portal, your image you'll be shown up in the map, so your landing position will be like fully anticipated by your enemy. So you either let your the rest of your teammates to tell you whether it's a safe landing point, or otherwise you do not make this kind of risk, because you are super core representing your entire team. But right now, if you're getting as a first blood, it's kind of endangering the entire team, because even though it's a fair trade 1-to-1, but comparing with who is being killed, like the support getting exchanged with the Luna, the jungler, I think it's a super fair trade to RTC.
And now if we look at the minimap, although Scars is moving in, however they have been trapped by, they probably will be ambushed. However, luckily, Yixing didn't cage them in.
Wow, let's see the rest. How RTZ is gonna be digesting this kind of scenario. I think they're quite leading the game, but they still need to make several smart moves so that they can speed up and get to their progress of the snowball. So both teams, it's game 2, right? After the whole laning phases, I think that they're starting to show some hesitation during how they can snowball, how they can manage to do better things, make better decisions during the mid phases. So this one is opposite. Like RTC is actually the one party who's leading the game. Let's see how they wanted to react with this kind of advantages in the early game.
Yeah, but luckily, at least Luna has always been getting her blue buff, so she can use her skill a bit better. So now we can see Byron moving in, try to get Luna, and Luna is like one-on-one with Byron, but obviously Byron's like, nah, I'm not going to care about Luna.
Like Byron versus Luna, even though it's a level 8 versus level 9, I still think that Byron stands a higher chance. There's no way that Luna can get a solo kill, I would say. That Byron can choose to go away, deck further away at every second he wants. It's super challenging.
Yeah, Byron can actually dance with Luna, in that situation.
Yes. I think Scars, the ultimate from Junfei is a signal showing that you cannot just chase any further. We're ready, we're just want to retreat and do not step closer to us. It's a sign trying to keep RTZ away. The damage is not there, even though the Yixing lands the ultimate onto the marksman Kia, but since Luban number 7 and Luban are just trying to take down the turrets on the bottom lane, so the damage is not online, so RTZ have to go back.
Yep, now basically Luban is farming up in steadily.
Yes.
And then now Byron is still having a dance with Luna, which she cannot bear the damage. And also now we can see RTZ are in an upwin situation. Basically, they are in an upwin situation now. So, and also you can see, you know, Scars has always been moving together from lanes to lane.
Yes,
so
exactly.
And then that means, you know, they cannot farm in a more efficient way. So the like in a group, they won't be able to have a good gold lead.
I think that like Scars is choosing a very traditional 1-4 formation, is that they're given every single resource they can possibly have to Luna, but Luna is being cornered again, brought down by Yixing one more time. Yeah, that's not a good sign for Scars.
Yeah, and Luna, you know, 0-1 on KDA as a farm, like as a jungler, although Luna got a higher, you know, gold than Xiaohodun, but obviously Xiaohodun, he's not going to play like a jungle hero. It's more like going to more of like a tanky hero. So, you know, in this way, Luna is,
has destroyed a turret.
I felt like Luna is not fulfilling her role, you know, in the game at the moment.
I think if they're choosing to let this Luna to take the part of cleaning away and takes the waves like deeper to RTZ's territory, but I think that like from now on, this Luna cannot just simply handle herself. He cannot take care of herself, which means that Scars have to send extra members to protect and give more vision to Luna, because he can possibly handle the 1v1 situation. That see the team fight right there. Sun is getting poked by Shimonshi's bomber, but it's okay. But Luba number 7 still alive at the same time. Luna is facing 1 versus 4, but does not find a possible route to escape, and Shimoshi is facing the fact that the full member are weighing down one more time. RTZ full member surrounding the tier 1 turrets, and right now ASD is the only one who stay alive at the map. I think this game, maybe RTZ is going to be finishing the game earlier than the game
1. I absolutely agree with you. Because apparently Scars cannot find a good rhythm to establish any kind of fight, and like also with Yixing's cage and also the CPs, it's really difficult for them to escape and also do anything within that cage. And also the lack of gold, Luna cannot you know, create a lot more damage than, you know, and you see Luna is gone. Luna's again
gone. Within second, vanished from the map, just disappearing in front of Luba number 7's passive. Those little passives are extremely like fatal to this till this minute. And from the last team fights, the highlight we can see that like Xuan and like easy peasy just take away Autumn. Like single, like one diving in, 2 simple normal attacks is needed. Autumn is being stunned after one more time. It's very close for Autumn, but and one extra passive enable Autumn to have a little speed off effect, so that Kia can manage to stay alive for a little bit more.
But it's way too difficult for Scars to do anything now. And also the next wave of the minion is coming in with 2 people down, like still 15 seconds to come out. This could be the game of tonight.
This could be it, I think. It's very hard for Scars to try to fight back. Not to mention they're far behind the gold. And also, just to take consideration of the mentality of the players, right? Right now, Luna is facing 0-4-1 KDA, while RTZ, with the help of the 3 assistants of the vision, I would say like Sun is facing 2-0-3 in KDA. The Luba number 7 have a lot of enough items. He will be performing in the later on team fights. Nearly 9,000 is like, enough.
We're just not sure why, like, for Scars picked out Luna. Like, they can actually, as you mentioned, they can actually choose quite a lot of different jungle hero, like Prince of Lightning, and also like Wukong, they will at least be better than a Luna.
Yeah, but I
Now
think the sheep has been sealed. There's nothing we can do right now.
Yep. And now it's basically just waiting for the game to be finished. And especially like you have almost 9,000 gold lead from RTZ, and it's in a 12-minute limit.
Yeah, this is quite desperate, from my own perspective.
Guards really need a miracle.
Yeah. And that kind of miracle really needs for RTC to make very simple mistakes so that Scars can fight back. For example, if from this kind of moment, like Xuan just stepping in and getting killed by 5 members from Scars, that might be the turning point for Scars, but it's not gonna be happening. Oh, I still remember the last time I see a RTZ the game as Xuan actually used the Baron to get an MVP, if I remember this correctly.
Yep, Sean had an MVP.
Yes.
From the last game. So now they have the Vanguard to help them push to
wow, Kia
is
super dangerous. Well, Awesome is doing whatever he can do, trying to keep himself alive. And let's see Byron coming from their own high ground tower, trying to take the kills. 1 versus 3 still remaining a quite healthy HP state. Well, Luban number 7 remain alive, using the flash to get the kill for a team. Another passive is ready. I think that RTC is ready to finish the game. Luna diving in really hard, trying to clean away that at the same time deal some damage to their opponent, but that nothing happened because they're so far behind of the goal, and that will be the full victory for RTZ. Congratulations.
Congratulations to RTZ, and also we can see, this game was actually quite similar to the last game, because we do see Scars leave enough times and rooms for Luban for the ADC on the RTZ side to farm up. So obviously at the after 9 minutes or 10 minutes, they cannot take on any damage from the marksmen on RTZs.
You know what's so crazy is that you are engaging into the team fight, right? And you're finding your opponent, this Byron, coming from your own high ground tower. The direction are completely irrational, and destroy everything you have. Well, that's such a nightmare, but it happens when you are far behind a gold and when you are far behind the whole resources on the map. So yeah, I think that Scars might be considering to make better decisions when it comes to BP,
Definitely. And also, just as I said, I don't see the reason to pick out Luna.
Yeah.
If they really want to use Luna, they need to be extremely familiar with Luna's skill set, and also they can actually whenever I look at KAW's team by using some of the heroes they are not familiar with, I always try to say that learn it from KPL's team player, especially with Luna, and then to practice a bit more. Otherwise, with Luna, if you somehow break on the CC chain, then there's no use for Luna. And you see how fast Luban number 7 to have an ADC kill the jungle assassin like that. It's just I'm out of words.
I think that Amphon is gonna be quite frustrated after this game because it's supposed to be a confident pick, but at the very end it turned out to be a kind of failure. But I think if you are determined to go on this route to be an esports player, the fitness and failure happens all the time. You just need to work harder because there's a lot of players who is at the same age as you, who is maybe even younger than you, but they are like going through more than or like a longer journey than you. So I think that still a lot of opportunities are waiting ahead. They just need to be working harder than ever to make this kind of progress happening. And yeah, I still think that like Autumn, I think she should make like better communication with the teammates, letting the teammates know what they should be doing to help the entire team. It seemed to me that every single player are playing like solo. They're doing a solo ranking instead of a 5 versus 5 competition. I do not see any coherence. I do not see any collaborations with one another. They need to focus on this improvements instead of other like exercising on their hero pools, I think.
Yeah, exactly. They are not coordinating with each other in a effective way. And also, I'm not sure whether it's related to the language barrier, like within the team, because I remember we have because Scars is from Japan, and then we have Chinese players and Japanese players in the same team.
Yes.
So in this way, language barriers could be an issue. So congratulations to her. Where he successfully received the MVP with the with his Xiahou Dun, and also in the game we can see Xiahou Dun can always enter the battlefield in a really good timing with a KDA of 309 and also a damage taken like 92.6k, like 31% of the damage taken. So definitely a really good play with Xiahou Dun, and once again congratulations to her with the MVP.
Yes, I remember it clearly is that today we have 6 games, 3 matches in total, but we are seeing that this Xiahou Dun being picked but sending into different locations and different roles. For example, we're seeing this Xiahou Dun playing as a front laner, and at the same time we're seeing the jungler as using Xiahou Dun. But I think that it will be a perfect like explanation explaining why the KPL teams are choosing to put Xiahou Dun into the jungler instead of the frontliners, because obviously as a jungler he can do much better jobs than simply getting the vision and initiate all the time. You can see that this Xiahou Dun, he cleans the waves really fast. He cleans jungle really fast. He gets to level 4 just like the other assassin type of the junglers, right? But as soon as you have like a building a slight advantages in the early game, you can make a lot of things happen. You are just simply as a monitor, you can go either ways. You can invade into either jungles and take those buffs away from opponents. So yeah, I think that in this current meta, Xiahou Dun suits way better in the jungler situation.
Exactly. Definitely agree with you. And also, as you can see, not just being cleaning out the creatures in the jungle area, but also the CD's time for Xiahou Dun's ultimate is really short. So he can always jumps from one place to another. And before that, let's have a look at the aftermatch interview first.
局以一种非常戏剧性的方式赢下了比赛。当时赢下比赛的心情是怎么样的呢？ Round 1 ended in a very breathtaking way. How did you feel after winning?
很激动，因为上一场输了 IMP， 然后这一次赢回来了，就再拿一下积分。
I was very excited. In the last game, I lost to RMP. Now I can gain another score. 第二个问题，今天的2局比赛都打得比较长，你感觉对面给你带来的最大的困扰是哪里呢？有找到解决的办法吗？ Today's 2 rounds were quite long. What's the biggest reason for that? Did you find a way to tackle with it?
对面的射手很会刷钱，然后只能找机会抓他的机会。
My opposite marksman was very good at gaining gold, so I had to find a chance to gank him.
You know, sometimes if you have different duties of the team, because obviously I think like after watching and casting the entire 2 games, as a very obvious and apparent fact is that like Scars really relies on Autumn's performance very heavily, so that you're gonna become the target of your opponents. That's a very sad news, but I'm sorry to say this, it's a fact.
Well, like true, it's like you look at it from like 2 different angles. It is like a compliment,
Yes.
because the whole team is aiming at you. But like on the other side is that you don't really like you can see how important his role is in the team, because you don't hear that often with like a team member to say, you know, the opposite, like the ADC from the other side is really good at farming. So, you know, for Scars, as you just mentioned, he needs to bear a lot of responsibilities, but also he needs to, you know, communicate better with the team members.
I think the other player really needs to stand out, you know, be more of a threat to your opponent, so that you're kind of releasing Autumn more, so he can more focused on how to perform, how to actually brought more possibilities into victory, you know, during the game. And for example, the jungler, and not to mention the front laners, I think that if they can be like more aggressive or create more situations, more problems to the opponent's backlines, it will be much better for Scars. Right now they are facing quite a challenge. All right, after today's result, let's see August 19th, where RCG and Nova actually got into a tie, but the rest 2s are all 2-0s, where the winner will be BSE and RTZ.
Yep, and now BSE will remain on the top layer, top ladder, and then the problem is, for now, what I look forward is to see which team can bring down BSE now.
Yeah, it's a one thing to be expect for.
Yeah, because like back in like a couple days ago, what I thought is that the BSE, they are the dark horse. You know, they can actually, you know, have a really good result. But now, like, you know, they have been performing so well. So that's why I say, you know, which team can actually bring them down from the ladder.
Yeah, like from the rank board, I think that Nova, Impunity, RCG, yeah, this will be the remaining like possible teams who could fight for the first place in Group A. But since that, I think RCG like 2 draws, because this means they have only like 2 more games to go, right? Each teams will be granted with 5 chances, right? 5 battles. So yeah, I think Nova, Impunity still.
Agree. Yep. And then, well, on Group B, what I felt surprised is that PE actually got to rank 2, like PE and KG. So probably PE made some adjustments. So obviously, for Group B, we only have 2 teams can remain to the next stage. So hopefully for KG, Fennel, DE, they can, you know, and also for Glurk, they can, you know, make more out to, you know, continue with their efforts to see whether they can, you know, get back to, you know, rank first in or second in Group B.
And today's MVP rank, let's see, number 1, 8-time of the MVPs from Black Shrew Esports. I've decided from now on, I'm gonna be calling them the full name, because they deserve to be pronounced in the full name. Dark Horse of KAW, like 2023 Honor of Kings Asian Waves S2. I've never expected that, actually, you know, by the first glimpse of the team participating in S2, I was kind of assuming that we're gonna be still seeing some familiar faces and, you know, watching how they perform and how they make progress after season 1. So I'm always so super excited, you know, very happy and very pleased to see this kind of dark horses happen.
Yep, all of a sudden you have someone that is so young, so unfamiliar to the audience who are streaming with us. So, you know, let's see how fast they can move. Like, and then because like for MVPs, even for Blackthrough Esports, they actually have quite a lot of team members receive multiple MVPs already.
Yes.
So we will look forward to see how fast they can go.
You know, if they are a team who is really prepared and who has a lot of history going on, I will say, yeah, I will probably going to be anticipating this to happen, but they're super new, so congratulations again. All right, next matchup for tomorrow, we're going to be having 4 matchups, DE versus Fennel, and M8H versus KG, and P versus Fennel, and Luke versus DE. So both DE and Fennel is going to have like 2 match for tomorrow. It's gonna be a hard task. Hopefully they can get better prepared.
Yeah, and also because somehow personally I'm quite familiar with P and DE, I still would like to hope to see DE can make a lot more efforts, you know, to fight back. And this is tonight's game, Season 2, KAW, brilliant night, wonderful games, and I am your caster, Enway.
Hello, I'm Jamie. Nice to see you guys, and we hope to see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.